Hello guys, today is the 24th of December 2023. Oh my god, my dates are way off. I'm probably the most boring YouTuber that has made more than 2 videos overall. And as you can see on my screen, it's a map of the war in Ukraine. So today I'm gonna talk about the situation in Ukraine. My camera is in a weird place, but I'm still gonna wave my hands around. Sorry, guys. Anyways, but talking about the war in Ukraine, I'm actually gonna start. Last time I talked about the situation around Ukraine, I talked about economics, so I started with a quick review of the actual war situation in Ukraine. But today we are actually going to start. I'm gonna start control completely new window. Okay, and we're gonna start from economics. At the moment, one of the biggest issues for Ukraine is obviously money, and the question is, can actually Ukraine start making money in one way or the other that is going to be producing enough results? And the answer is generally yes, because I've noticed some people asking this question, but very few of them understand certain things. So we're going to look something up, and we're going to talk about shale gas. In Ukraine. Right, so as you can see here, right, global fracking resources Ukraine has estimates at 127.9 cubic feet. It's not proven, but they say it's technically recoverable. Right? Let's take a look at this. There are some articles that actually say there is more than that, but yeah, there is essentially 2 basins. One of them is in the Donbas River, in the Donbas region, sorry, and another one is around Carpathian Mountains, which is over here, which is the west of Ukraine, right? So essentially, when we're looking at this, we're saying that yeah, Ukraine can start getting this gas, and actually they can start using the existing gas pipes to start supplying it to Europe very, very fast. This could actually bring a lot of political goodwill in Europe, because some of the things people say, they say, look, if we start fighting Russia now, if we don't do what they say, they're not gonna sell us the gas, and then it's gonna become very expensive for us or something like this. There is also a Donbas basin. As we can see, much of the gas is in the war zone. There is a bit more further out, but again, it can be dug up, but then this is a bit more dangerous area. So this is the part where it is actually going to be a bit more dangerous. Right, but what is the problem for Ukraine with this? And this is the problem which appears in Ukraine all over the place. And I think it actually influences also the way the war is fought, and again, many other issues Ukraine is having now are coming back to this particular issue, which is there is a couple of companies capable of extracting shale gas that were interested in doing digging in Ukraine, extracting shale gas, supplying it. But the people who that run these departments that approve these kind of things, most of them are sitting there from the times of USSR. Essentially, there is a negative selection that is happening, and this is the same as what I was talking about Europe. Actually, surprisingly, after I did my last Europe video about Europe and the West, where I was saying that the West needs to grow a pair and actually start enforcing their laws. And as soon as I finished the video and published it, about the same next day, some news started coming out that the West has decided to actually like enforce their laws, and they have started to fight the people who actually break them. So I'm hoping that like when I'm doing this video, there's some things gonna happen, and these kind of questions are gonna start getting solved in Ukraine, and I don't know. But fingers crossed, like I'm gonna throw things into the ether, and they will start happening. Right. So anyway, coming back to the story, right? There's those companies that were interested in drilling in Ukraine and extracting shale gas. There was Shell, there's Mobil Oil, I think, and somebody else. So there's a couple of them, and the shale gas has been discovered already. Like in the Donbas region, it was discovered in about 2012, 2013, and the guys were supposed to start digging for it in 2014, I think. It was a Shell corporation, but obviously because of the war in Donbass, I don't think they ever did. And the guys for Carpathian Mountains, so for this region, if you see my mouse running, this has been open. Let me just see if I can make it bigger. Yes. So for the Carpathian region, they were still, like, they found it in 2013. They still did not manage to make any single deal on how to start extracting this gas. I'm not sure about what's happening there. Obviously, I think that the war probably slowed things down, but there's people who are sitting in Ukraine on these levels that are essentially, they're taking their time, they're looking for bribes, they're looking to cheat their way into things. This is an old system, the system which was built like mostly during the Soviet Union, but also a lot of it was built in 1990s. Again, people who went into this kind of jobs, they did not go there to improve anything or to build anything. They went in there to simply make money. The same as we see a lot of times in the West. There used to be time when people went into politics because they were already, like, established people who achieved something in their lives and they wanted to do things better. And now people just go into politics to see how much value they can extract for themselves. And this is the true about all over the world. The difference is that the politicians in the West, they're lying, conniving little buggers, but at least they have the brains to understand that yes, at least some things need to be done, because otherwise there will be nothing to steal. It's like they're thinking a bit more long term, right? The Ukrainian people in these kind of jobs, they don't. They made their way up, and they are the old guard. If we're gonna go back to the map, right? If we go, for example, the big Russian success in Kherson region in the south was actually due to people who were in the power at the time. They were not elected politicians. They were somebody who went up through the system, so through the military, through the police, and essentially they betrayed Ukraine actually, and they said, look, we're gonna let the Russians in, and they gave the keys to the fort, so to say. For example, the bridges over Dnieper River, they were supposed to have mines in them. Just before the Russian invasion, somebody in high up has actually ordered those mines to be taken away. So again, Russians going all the way into the other side of the Dnieper River was partially because those mines were taken away. Right, same thing goes for the army units that were based in the south. In one of my earlier videos I was saying that, one of first videos I was talking about how I was reading the article at the time of the Russian attack, but the articles were saying that the military bases that were there, they were compromised and they were set on fire, more than one of them. So there's also other stories that are coming out, and the thing is like I was saying in some of my previous videos, like I said, we're gonna leave the gas alone. So like I say, this is a part of the system. It can be done very fast, I think, but the people who are like this in this kind of level, which does the work on rotation, they are not interested. They're just trying to get something for themselves. Alright, same things happening like was happening in the beginning. Like we said in my first video about Ukrainian war, I was saying that, look, the advance the Russians have done, it's nothing short of a fucking miracle. So that there was betrayal there and people not doing their job, and we can see that same stuff is happening. That what happened in Ukraine in 2012, I believe, was the last elections, right? Was the part where the old guard has been actually removed. The President Zelensky was a new generation, whether we like it or not, but he was like young, he's still quite young, he's not even 50, I think, at the moment, right? He was from the people, he did make success, but his success relied on him being close to the general population, because, I do apologize, because his business was not something, his business was very sensitive to understanding the people around you, so he understood people a little bit better, right? But the old politicians, the old guard, the old people that are like, the government employees, government officials, many of them, they still represent the old system. And if you look around Ukraine, right, for example, let's just take two regions, which is Kherson, which is here, and Mykolaiv, which is here. Right? Obviously, I do appreciate that Mykolaiv is a bit further away from the Russian invasion than Kherson was, so yes, but the changes that happened in two cities before the war were very different. So in Mykolaiv, they again elected in 2019, there were mayor elections. Right, so 2019, so that was after presidential elections. So yeah, there's like 2018, I think, was presidential elections. I'm bad with dates anyway. But after that, and I was actually making a video back then saying that, look, Ukrainians need to start electing younger local politicians, right? So in Mykolaiv, they elected a younger guy, so the changes in the city were quite successful. There were a lot of successful changes in the city. There was like new ways of doing things. There's also a couple of other stories like this where the new elected politicians, were they perfect? No. Have they fucked up? Yes. Have they done things which were questionable? Definitely, right? But they have changed the cities and the city around them. There's an interesting story from one of the Ukrainian villages where one of the guys was like living there. He was quite young. He was like 17. He did some reading and stuff like this. So he was like, yeah, I know how to do shit. It's like, I've read all these clever books. I'm like also clever, right? I should be like the village, you should be elect me to run this village, this area, right? If people like, if I got given a chance, so Ukrainians actually having a sense of humor right? And looking around, and they said, look, our current head of the village, he's like not doing shit, he's just stealing money. So fuck it, let's give this guy a chance. And they just went, okay, you want to be a village leader, like, head of the village. Okay, cool, there you go. We're gonna elect you, right? And they basically put the 17-year-old kid in charge of the entire village. And they were actually they were writing articles about him. I'm not gonna look for them now, but there was like village head of the youngest head of the village, and how it happened at 17. And then they were saying, look, this guy came here, he had the same resources that the old guy had, but now the roads are fixed, like there's a new sports ground, and people are actually going like, hey, actually this is a good village to live in. And they started to have more people come in and live in the village because it was, becoming a nice place to live. And there's a few other places around Ukraine, examples where the new heads of the cities, the new, I don't remember how they're fucking called. You know what? When you actually think about stuff, you remember the names, and then when you start talking about this, you mayor or city mayors, we're gonna call them, yes. Uh, so the city mayors, like, they were doing good things, including like Western style offices of working with people, so which were open plan, like people could come in and sort their questions really quickly. That's why there is a big acceptance, for example, of the new computer system that's been around Ukraine, which is called Prozoro. And many people who would tell you that we should not fight Putin because Ukrainians are using Prozoro, because it's actually allows people to have access to the government on a whole new level, but it obviously entails that the government has similar access to your information. But the system Prozoro is, again, it's something new. It's based on some stuff which was done in Estonia, in Latvia, Lithuania as well, and then they just took it one step further. So it's not a brand new system, it's just taking things one step further. And this is essentially saying that, look, this is information we have on you, like this is the information the government has on you. Let's take a look. Ukraine Prozoro. Yeah, so Prozoro is a full online public procurement platform and collaboration environment that ensures open access to public procurement tenders. But there's another system, I think. But essentially, there's computer systems, which allow people to see which information the government has on them, and they essentially can deal with a lot of things just on their mobile phone. So they can just click, like, make easy doctor appointments, do other things, and it's just, people was very happy with that. And yet many people who say that we shouldn't fight Putin, but they also fight systems like this which allow people to see which information the government actually has on you, right? But with the election of the new, like, leaders, new generation of leaders, if we take a look at Kherson, the guy that was elected there, he was over 60 years old. He made his money by doing all sorts of not nice stuff, but he's like a multi-billionaire, I think, at least a multi-millionaire, right? But I do have to admit, almost no new faces came to elections in Kherson either. So, and that's became like, so lots of people from the old ways, they're still in power. They're very much in power on the local level. So the what we have, which is called ZHAK, and that's essentially like a district council, not a council, but it's kind of If you have a city district, like the people that kind of run this district, uh, these people are full of old gods, so like lots of things are not getting resolved in everyday life simply because the people who run everyday like decisions in this around your place where you live, they're essentially people who made their way up there not by solving decisions, not by solving problems, but by essentially like finding ways of getting money off people and sharing that money with the higher ups, finding better ways of stealing, and like essentially having widely open buttocks and very deep throats. So it's like crime, thievery, like manipulation and sexual services. That's how many of those people, or they're like somebody would get a job in these places because they are a daughter or son of someone else, of a higher up boss, and they just need to work their way to become a higher up boss. For those who kind of don't understand this situation, that situation was existing in by the end of Soviet Union as well, where like uh, colonel's son goes to his dad, as it's like an anecdote, an ongoing joke that was there is like, and the colonel's son was going like, "Hey dad, can I go to the military? Yes. Can I become a colonel? Yes. Can I become a general? No, no, son, you will never become a general because the general has got his own son or a grandson, like depending." So that was the situation, and as the why it matters as well as because, for example, the ex-president of Ukraine, Poroshenko, right, or as people call him, Porokh as well. During his rule, again, there was still lots of systems which people used to steal money or do other questionable shit. Right, I'm not saying it was all perfect. No, it was all imperfect. And a lot of things, like for example, now you read in Ukrainian news that, hey, we caught some guy who's like a general in the army, or like a very high rank SBU officer, or somebody else like this, and then the people who would like to bring back the Poroshenko, because this old guard, despite being like not, you know, people who think far ahead, they can work as a system because as a system they think of their current benefits. So it's like, but they can still work very systematically, and because they still have a lot of influence, they do use that influence to undermine the changes and to change them to like to make the new guys look bad or something like this. And they're using that power to do that. A similar story happened in Georgia, for example, where they've elected young president, a young team came in, but then the after the next elections, the old guard, they also, the new team, they did their mistakes, but their mistakes were like blown into like out of proportion, and then the old guard came in, and now the ex-president of Georgia, I think, is still in jail, in Georgian jail. But again, there's a lot of time where the young people come in, they not always working very systematically. They come in with the swords drawn and, Ray, we're gonna do this, and quite often the old guard just uses that. For example, at the moment in Ukraine, uh, many people don't know that, but Ukraine is actually a parliamentary republic. So the president of Ukraine does not actually have that much power unless they actually declare that there is a war state in Ukraine, because then he becomes like a head leader of the country. But they don't do this because this needs to be declared by, but until that happens, it's a parliamentary republic. So the parliament has most of the power in the country. The president has his job to do, but unfortunately is not somebody who can say, look, I want it like this. I think he probably has less power than even American president. So just for people to understand, why am I talking about all this as well? You need to understand those things, that it's not all perfect in Ukraine, but to understand the military situation, what's happening in there, you need to understand that there is a situation which is outside of the military fields, which slows down a lot of progress, a lot of changes, so that need to happen in Ukraine. And the Ukrainian government, for current government, says that, look, we have managed to pass all the laws that were required to do certain things with Europe and things like this. But on the same side, people do say that, look, there's people that were elected from the old guard, from the presidents Poroshenko pool, from some pro-Russian parties, they have actually left parliament and went for Christmas holidays into Europe, right? And the Ukrainians go like, why do we need this kind of parliament? Why would we want to fight for the parliament, for the government, for this country, if we want, while we're fighting, while we're sacrificing things? These guys are fucking off to a holiday on Golden Sands of Varna, or to go to chill in Monaco, something like this, like that stuff, or go to the south of Italy, or go skiing somewhere in the Alps. Well, that's because the people who do this, and they make it public, but the people who actually do this, they belong to the old guard, but they work systematically to undermine the government from inside. And it happens all over, okay? So for example, I would come back to Poroshenko. I'm not gonna judge or misjudge him, but I do think he missed his historic opportunity when he lost the elections. And because his elections were all about fighting for Ukraine, and he could have had at the moment way more power than he currently does by going into the history. If he lost the elections and he said, look, you know what, doesn't matter, he came into the current president and said, look, I lost the elections, but I do have this experience of working with the West, I'm gonna go and work in your team. For the next elections we might fight tooth and nail, but right now I'm fighting for Ukraine. He would have been way more relevant as a politician right now, not just in Ukraine but in the world as well. He didn't do this, and a lot of stuff he does through the video, through the TV channel he controls and stuff like this, it's undermining the current government in very cheeky ways, without actually offering anything that would be an alternative. I'm sorry, it's like my nose is scratching, so somebody's probably gonna try and beat me up or get me drunk. But that's the situation the way it is in Ukraine. It's like there's a lot of internal turmoil. Unfortunately, and now we're going to the side where, to the maps, to actually discussing the war, but we're not gonna discuss the battles just yet. I really dislike it when people start making short videos. There's a lot of them. I have some YouTube channels on them, but that go, oh my god, Ukraine has lost huge territory, or this big event happened, and you start listening to them and they show you a map where Ukraine has lost 300 square meters of land, and I'm more, personally for me, I'm more sad that Ukraine had to lose so many people defending this land. I'm even sad that so many Russians are dying in there. Like, I want them to just fuck off, right? But like some situations, we're gonna look at them a bit later, right? But what happens? This kind of system, old thinking. It also happens in Ukrainian military, right? At the start of the war, like for example, that they were like more flexible in their tactics. Yeah, Ukraine was way more flexible in their tactics. They got bogged in and dragged in into this old system, right? And if you're trying to fight, like there's somebody who said, don't try to fight stupid people on their level because they're gonna beat you with experience, right? And essentially, the Ukraine is being dragged into a fight with Russia on their level, where the Russians were simply throwing lots of troops, the very positional warfare, very small use of new tactics, very small use of like mobile warfare, right? Because a lot of people who are in the military, again, many of them have ended up in there because my dad was in the military or my granddad was in the military, and I don't know, in English I guess it's peacetime generals. There's probably another name for them, but in Russian and I think Ukrainian as well, they're called parketные генералы, which means these are people who went up in the peacetime, and they are not really, they have never really done any proper training or anything like this. Again, their way of going up was, my daddy's this, he made a deal with someone like this. They never took even part in even in proper training, it's like, but they have got their positions because they've been in the military ever since they were like pretty much a kid, and they got to that position. And quite often people, you hear from the Ukrainians saying that, okay, what they need to do is like, just get these guys out. If they're not doing their job well, they should be fired, they should be court-martialed and stuff like this. And again, this is the same old system where these people are still in power. They need to be cleared out. It's not an easy process. And this goes into say, because I'm not gonna talk about actual particular situations, but in general, for example, there would be an order coming through saying, hey, there is this line somewhere here that we need to basically try and hold. And essentially, the commanders that run some units, they go like, okay, this is the line, so we're gonna go exactly by this line, and then they will put their troops in unfavorable positions because this is the line. Okay, they don't, when the war just started, and because everything was so chaotic, people who were running the war, they had, look, we have to take decisions on the move. But now when it became in a bit of a stalemate, right, they are taking a lot of stupid decisions. There's also the part where, like again, complaints I see from the Ukrainian front, where the locals, for example, they say, hey, we need to dig the trenches, but we cannot find the right equipment to do this because obviously Ukraine is not Russia, like, because like the locals, they would either hide equipment because they don't want it blown up, or they don't feel they need this, like, because they say, hey, it's a bad system, we don't want to help the system. But you're not helping the system, you're helping your house. But it's kind of a lot of stuff like this happening, where the soldiers are essentially put into not a very good position because the local government is too enthralled, and local businessmen are too enthralled into the old politics, like they're people from the 1990s. They're people from the like end of the Soviet era, like people who has got power there. And again, they are way out of touch with reality. Like they still live in their past. They're not willing to do what needs to be done. And it's not happening just near the front line. It's obviously a lot of feedback I hear from Ukrainian channels is it happens all over Ukraine. You know, it's like people just live in this kind of like, what can I get for myself? And this is actually happening like because the people who are like running those things, like, you know, we're not talking elected officials, we're talking about the people who are in the system, who are not doing their job right, and they're not being called out. Okay, they're not being called out because, like I said, it takes some time for the newer generations to start working systematically. In some cases they do this, in some cases they don't. It's not all like, you know, shiny, but it's not also not as bad as some articles in the Western press would like to make that out. Okay, I've been talking for God knows how long time now, and I have not even got to the war yet. Alright, but I've got somewhere which was supposed to be showing the time, and I don't see where it's showing the time. Okay, I've been talking for nearly 40 minutes now, and we have not even got to the war yet. But yes, so the issues many soldiers have, and like this is why I don't like those videos where people say about this huge Russian success, they have took 2 buildings, or huge Ukrainian success, they have took 2 buildings back. It's like, from my personal point of view, right, a huge success would be, Ukrainians have killed 1,000 Russian soldiers. Like, I don't want them to be killed. I want them to leave. I want them to fuck off, because obviously 1,000 Russian soldiers have killed at least 100 Ukrainians. It's like, no, that's not what I want. I want the Ukrainians to stay alive. I want Russians to stay alive and go back to Russia. Right? It's probably a bit harder for those Ukrainians who lost their friends and who have lost their livelihood and things like this. They really starting to hate Russians very much. They've been hating them for like since the start of the war. But for me, my approach is I want to lose less people than to actually hurt Russians as much as possible. But overall, what we see is that Ukrainian soldiers quite often are bogged into this positional fighting on the Russian level. Whereas like quite often I think, like, for fuck's sake, just play them, let them come in, give them some land where they can spread out, their delivery lines, you know, pull them away from these railroads, right? Because again, this is where the Russians can fight, because they have the advantage of delivering close by rail, and then just very short trip to deliver the military equipment to the military. So give them some space. So for example, this fight for Avdiivka, right? At the moment, Ukrainians are using it to obviously kill a lot of Russians. Like, we're talking thousands of people dying for the little village. But it also costs a lot in Ukrainian lives. Okay, obviously. At some point of time, there might be a good idea to make it look like, okay, we're weak, we run away, we let the Russians come through. Maybe let them go all the way, give them like this whole little circle here. Right, make them come out where they have unprepared positions, where they're all in the open field and stuff like this, and then just kill the motherfuckers. Same thing that happened, for example, around Kupiansk, around Kharkiv, around Kiev, actually around Mykolaiv, and then closer to Kherson. From Kherson, the Russians, if you remember history, they're, let me see this, how can I put the camera? Okay, cool. I can see. But from, okay, cool. There's a mess in my hair. Okay. But from Kherson, you can see them like they ran away from Kherson, not to die, like from this area here, because they knew they cannot hold it, because they knew they were overextended, and they just ran from this. But all the troops around here, was it heavy fighting? Yes. So here's my, I hope you can see my mouse. But this area, was it heavy fighting coming to Kherson? Yes. But they were killing more Russians. They were killing out Russian helicopters because they couldn't base them too far from the front line and things like this. So like a similar situation happens by, where is it? Kazachi Lahiri. This seems where they actually drawing Russians in. But again, look, having a very good positions, like a small bridgehead, and the Russians having to die in their droves to throw off like 300 people which are sitting on this side of the river, on the left bank. So it's like, again, creating these kind of situations instead of just dying fighting with Russians over like 100 square meters. Like, have prepared positions built in different areas, create the situations where those positions exist outside of the view of the FPV drones, and then just retreat to those positions, and then once the Russians have overextended, then hit them with everything you've got, right? So the Ukrainians were forced into this kind of war when the Russians attacked very hard, and then all of a sudden the Russians were losing a lot of, not just people, but supplies. And this is way more important, because if the Russians have no artillery to shoot with, if they don't have the shells, if they don't have the weapons or bullets, then it's easier to beat them. Right now the Russians are sitting in the places where they have managed to supply, and essentially the Ukraine is forced to fight the war with Russians on their level, right? And again, we talked about this before, because they don't have the aviation to properly compete with Russian aviation. They don't have the sky, the control over the sky. Ukrainians cannot do the operations NATO style. And again, we're talking about the old guard, like running the defense, the old style in Ukraine. And the NATO guys, there was an interesting story that was told by Ukrainian commentators, which was that when the Ukrainian troops were sent to be trained with NATO forces, the NATO forces were like saying, well, we coming up to a minefield. How do you go through the minefield? And the NATO guys were like, oh, just go around the minefield, it can't be very big. And the Ukrainians were laughing at them. They were like, guys, it's like, 50 miles wide and 500 and half a mile deep at least, it's like, good luck walking. Just go around it. It's like it's the situation as it happened, for example, in Zaporizhia here. It's like these are huge minefields, right? The Russian, they did build the defense. It's like similar to a Finnish defenses in the beginning of the Second World War, unfairly forgotten war between Soviet Union and Finland. And again, Finnish forces have built a land defense line, which was like uh, cement, concrete blocks blocking the roads, obviously minefields and everything else. And why is this good and bad? Well, these defense lines, for example, in Zaporizhia, this defense line works both ways. Ukrainians having trouble going through this defense line, but also this means that the Russians cannot really attack at force from that direction. Now, that is also the lesson from the Second World War, between when the Germans and the Soviet Union were getting ready to fight each other. They were, if you read the books on this kind of subject, they were talking about how the primary directions of strikes did not have proper defenses, because if those defenses were there, the troops could not actually attack in the right time and in the right way. So in Zaporizhia, for example, Russians were getting ready for defenses. So they built this huge defense line, obviously something I talked about in my previous videos. This was an obvious place to attack, because if the Ukrainians managed to get through at least by like 20 kilometers or something like this inside this line, they would severely limit the Russian capabilities in the south, and would be able to start reaching, even with not such a long range missiles, into the Black Sea, into the Azov Sea and to the Kerch Bridge. Because at the moment, if Ukraine has to strike, it has to be a very long strikes across very defended areas, or it has to be like from whichever place you strike. If you're down here, yeah, you can see my mouse there. If you're around this area, right, just that deep, you have a straight line with very little defenses to hit Kerch Bridge, and even more places in Russia. And it's just a sea there, like there's no defenses. Any fleet that goes out there becomes any ship that goes out there becomes a sitting duck for Ukrainian anti-airship missiles. They can cover this whole area. So Russians and Ukrainians understood that place, so they knew that Ukrainians are gonna try and go there, so they put a defense line. But they also trying to, any places that Ukraine attacked, they tried to continuously attack them. And let me go there. Okay. I'm gonna go here. And few months back, in one of my videos, okay, cool, I've made a comment that the Russians are forced to attack. There you go. It was 1 year ago. I was saying that. Which video is this? Yes. So this was a video in Ukrainian, but in this video, details. Opening. In this video, I was talking about one of the Ukrainian commentators not being able to get the dates, and in a couple other videos I was saying that the reason many people cannot get the dates, we're gonna move it to, okay, let's go back. But I was talking that, yeah, this guy Arestovich, I've got his channel, but I was talking that, look, they cannot get, because they don't understand the Russian reasons for the war. It's not about territory, it's about keeping Putin in power. Right, we're gonna get to Russia. I'm sorry if I'm boring you, but I did say I'm the most boring YouTuber that made more than 2 videos. Right? And the guy was made a comment that the Russians will be forced to attack across all of the line in many places because they cannot simply fight a defensive war. Right? It's because the Ukrainians do have the weapons that can reach further in. Obviously thanks to Western allies, no matter how slow they are, but they do provide some support. But the Russians cannot just hold the defense, because then Ukrainians can, if you're sitting in defense, they can create a position where they will be able to break through. And the length of the line is such that if you try to equally man the line, you will not be able to defend it. It's like 1,000 kilometers, and the Russian even with 100,000 troops, it means that even with 300,000 troops, this means that you have like 300 troops to defend a line which is the length of 10 football fields. Good fucking luck with that, So you have to have either strong points, but then Ukrainians will be able to go between the strong points in small groups and do the damage. Essentially run a very mobile war, which is not something Russians want. Or you have to attack constantly. This is what we see in Russians attacking in multiple places constantly just to keep Ukrainians on their toes. But obviously they create this big defense line here, and Ukrainians were laughing at NATO like training, saying like, yeah, how are you gonna go across this kind of? So we're supposed to essentially go to Melitopol through Donetsk or something like this. It's like, it's like go to what's this city? Tekmak through Volnovakha. It's like, how do you see that happening? Like, there's a big defense lines, but yes, the Russians still have to hold big units here, but this also means there's parts on here which is like the biggest number of soldiers on that part of the line is about like 100 soldiers from each side. So, or sometimes probably even there is no fighting there because there's no soldiers there, like probably 2 soldiers just to keep track of anything that might be happening there. But there's no real forces on different parts of the line because it's just too long. Right, so the NATO forces, again, they're expecting results from something which is, most of them had got no experience in. And most of the people who went up the ranks in NATO forces, let's look at the German military, let's look at French military, let's look even at US military, like despite the fact that they did take some part, they did take some part in some conflicts. US military did not really have a lot of experience of conventional warfare in the last, since Vietnam, really. I think like they always had the air superiority, which Ukrainian does not have at the time. So a lot of advice given from US or other NATO allies is really useless, because they're coming from an experience of fighting, like, attack of Iraq. People would say it was a conventional war, but it was like, really, they flew in, they blew everything out of the ground, and then they just bombed the living shit out of most of things. Like, they had that part of there. I mean, the Americans even managed to bomb the British for no good reason. But overall, what we're seeing is that a lot of systems are very old. The people who are there, they're not really qualified, or they simply made it there because, well, why not? And overall, like you say, the Ukrainian at the moment as well has an issue. for example, this is a border with Russia, right? So for example, Belgorod, Rylsk, Kursk, Oryol. You see, these are all Russian cities, and like as proven, there's guys who like Russian freedom something. I don't remember the name of the unit, but they're essentially built up out of Russians, right? And now here's the catch, right? Russia has almost no troops along these lines. Like they have some, but very few. But nevertheless, Ukraine is forced to keep troops here and invest into building defense, defenses all across the Russian and Belarusian border, because they can attack. But now the West, the NATO, the West, they demand that Ukrainians do not invade Russia. Now imagine the stupidity of the situation is that there is about Ukraine has like at least 500,000-600,000 troops. Right, there's 200,000 fighting at the front line over here. Let me just move it so that so there's some, like say 200,000 fighting here, but Ukrainians have to have troops all over this area, like which is even longer than the actual line of fighting in Ukraine, and is not allowed to attack into the Russian territory. But to put it in perspective, that but they cannot remove those troops, right? So they have to have artillery there, fully loaded with everything. There is still missiles going from the Belgorod region into Kharkiv, right? But Ukrainians are not allowed to take their troops, like take 10,000 troops and just cross into Belgorod and just go around and take out all the military infrastructure in that area. That's stupid, that's ridiculous, and yet these are kind of the conditions on which the West probably is helping Ukraine. This is retarded. This is the thinking of the old guard as well. Like people who went up the ranks by finding ways of dealing and willing and dealing, having widely open buttocks and deep throats. That's their way of thinking, right? People with no testicles. And I mean, if the West had the balls, and like again, this is coming back to growing a pair, and said, "Hey guys, we know that we say that you cannot use our weapons to do long distance strikes into Russia, but if you have a force that is capable of going into the Russian territory and actually doing damage, why don't you do that? We don't mind that." That would make things so much easier for Ukrainians on this front, right? As it's been proven, this Russian Freedom Legion or something like this, right? But they have crossed the borders multiple times. They're pretty much not guarded properly. They've made their ways into different towns and villages. They actually once made all the way near to Belgorod, right? And they just going like, yeah, we can just walk in there, we can do this and that. Like, imagine what if like 20,000 Ukrainians on a proper mobile setup could do. to help the fighting in Ukraine if they could actually go through Belgorod, Kursk, Voronezh, right? Go up this area, and we're not talking about taking out civilian population. We're talking breaking down the railway bridges, breaking down any like places where they keep munitions, taking out airfields, taking down all sorts of military infrastructure. Simply just go one strike, go in, and then not even stay for the fight, but just maybe just go around and then come back into Ukraine, but not from the where they came in, but go from Belgorod through these roads and then come back from this area. So hit the Russians in the back. A few thousand people doing this, and you will see how quickly the Russians gonna falter and run away. Why is it not done? Like I said, I strongly suspect that's the influence of the West, or they're being scared of what will happen if the Russia gets hit. Well, you know, if you don't hit the bully back, the bully keeps on going. How do I know that? Well, when I was in school, I was a big lazy guy who didn't like to fight, so people always tried to bully me. And then from time to time, when people cross the certain lines, they get punched in the face. And once they get punched in the face, they stop bullying you. They stop touching you, they just continue acting tough, but all of a sudden, you're off limits. This is the same stuff. This is just a bully trying to keep his power in his little class, right? But if you punch him back, he will at the very least fuck off, right? But at this point of time, Ukraine is not doing this, but it also means that the Russian forces, essentially they keep their training camps there, but they don't have any real troops in there. Like, just for those people who will say, you don't know what you're talking about. No, I actually do know what I'm talking about. A few months ago, some might remember, there was this guy, Prigozhin, I think he was named. He was the head of the Wagner group, and he had his little revolt. And they went from Ukraine all the way through the occupied territories, got on the road and went all the way to the Moscow. And was almost nobody stopping them. There were no troops there. Like, the very few that they think they had a couple of helicopters, and one of the helicopters fell apart in the sky, and the other one ran away. Right, and they waited all the way to the Moscow with pretty much zero resistance. Right? Do you think Ukrainians, if Ukraine sends in a few thousand, they wouldn't, but the funny thing is they were not even fully armed. They were literally carrying their weapons on the trucks. So the trucks, they just went up the road and nobody was in their way. So it is very possible right now for Ukraine to strike from a couple of directions on this border and go up those roads, and to be honest, go all the way into Moscow, and I think there will be very little resistance. Like, so long as they don't touch the civilian population and they only like take fuel from the petrol stations, they can even pay for it, they will not really be many people who will be willing to fight them for free. So again, these are the issues of Ukraine, right? I never promised this was going to be a good video to Ukraine. They still have some issues which come in from the Russian side. So let's talk about economics in Russia. I was going to talk about war, and I still talk about politics and economics. And I've been doing this for, where's that timer again? For 1 hour, 4 minutes. I promised you I was gonna be boring. Right, so what the problems in Russia? Well, despite what the Western newspapers gonna have you think, Russia does have a lot of economic problems. So, okay, these are the guys who do lots of videos about the military situation in Ukraine. Probably one of the reasons I'm not making so much on this, because there's at least these two channels. There's a bunch of other channels which make videos about what actually happens in Ukraine, and we will get to the military part. But these guys, Alexei Arestovich again, he's a very good, I wouldn't say brilliant, but out of many Ukrainian analytics, he's probably one of the more reasonable ones. But again, lately he's been trying to run his presidential campaign and he's been losing his shit. That's what I think. And again, one of the problems I see in him, he says, look, if I become a president, it doesn't matter whether he becomes a president, because, like I pointed out, there is a whole bunch of people in the middle, and unless Ukraine finds a way of dealing with those people, no, it doesn't matter who becomes the president, there will be some changes, but unless Ukrainians start fighting the corruption on the low to mid level, so onto local council guy who's supposed to be responsible for this and that, right? Unless Ukraine starts bringing in those kind of systems, as well as electionary systems, so maybe change the law and make those guys elected rather than like make them somebody who's appointed, things might change in Ukraine. But right now, unless they fix that, it doesn't matter who's the president. And so even if Arestovich becomes a president, will he change the way he works with certain things? Some of the stuff he says about Ukrainians failing to work with the West in certain ways, it's true. He was listening to, yes, there is a channel which translates a lot of his analytics. I used to have it on here, but I've lost it somewhere, but I'll look it up maybe sometime later. But for example, if you listen to this guy, he's a Russian analyst. He's not an analyst, he's a big businessman, he runs business, he's like been working with government as well. Then let's look him up. Michael Naki. There's this guys who does a lot of analytics. He goes across a lot of Russian YouTube channels. There's another guy, I think it's let me just look up this channel. There's this channel as well, so I do keep track of some Russian channels that have a reasonable situational awareness of what's happening in Russia as well. I've got some Ukrainian channels which I watch about the situation in Ukraine, and as well, like, they give a more reasonable long-term situation in Russia. So I'm not, like I say, the stuff I'm saying, I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm not a super brilliant guy, even though I did my IQ tests and they show me quite high up. That's why I'm so fucking boring. But I'm also relying on the sources which are within Russia and people who speak Russian and people who keep track of the situations in Russia and often are in Russia, who give analytics to the Russian, their problems and issues. Okay. let's go back to the map. It just makes it look pretty. So, the Russia has the economic problems. The withdrawal of Western companies, the sanctions, they are playing their role. So it's just they taking very long time. And again, like we were talking about this, like because the West was not enforcing a lot of sanctions, it took much longer for the sanctions to actually hit home properly. Right? And for example, there was, and the Russian economy is starting to falter more. And there's a thing which has happened recently, like, you know, the frivolous translation would be situation of the Putin's balls. But actually, it's a game of words because it was about eggs. But the eggs, the word egg, the eggs, you know, that's also used for balls in Russian. All right. So if you would properly translate it, it would be Putin's eggs. And essentially, what happened is one of the first things that started like outside the normal inflation that what recently happened is that eggs became really expensive in Russia. Like they've gone up by like 50-60% in like an overnight. And they've started to disappear from the shops. There's like very little of them. Some guys are showing, I think it was, okay, we're gonna close this one. These guys was recently posted a video talking about how the other prices, so because he's very close with different businesses, he was telling that, look, you know, especially he's like with retailers, and he said all the retailers have already received notification that after New Year's a bunch of other prices on food products are gonna go up from like 15 to 60% depending on the product. Right, and this is because they said that, like, yes, they can find ways around to do like electronics and stuff like this, or maybe import some expensive fancy cars and stuff like this, but for many of those food production enterprises, they do need a lot of materials which need to be supplied not through the gray areas, not through the gray ways, you know, back alleys, but they need to be supplied en masse. And we're talking like train loads, ship loads. They have to be supplied from proper feed for the chickens to lay eggs, for the tractors to work properly. They need to have like tons of oil, proper oil. We're talking engine oil and like other parts and things like this. For a bunch of equipment to work properly, it has to be maintained and updated, right? So this means that for a big farm to work properly, they have to be able to have access to these parts, not on the level of 3 parts, but on the level of 3,000 parts. And this kind of thing, so while they manage to bring in stuff for the military, they're not bringing in the stuff for the rest of the economy to work. And this all finally started, so the equipment had worn out, the feeds have run out, all other things that they were used to bringing from the West, they've run out. And essentially without those things making these businesses to produce way more than they would produce naturally. So for example, if you feed certain stuff to the chickens, they will lay eggs way more often than if you have them normally. So if the normal chicken will lay 4 eggs a day, the chicken that eats that particular feeds, their processes are going to run differently, and they will lay, let's say, 6 eggs, stable 6 eggs a day. So, and if you got that 6 eggs a day, then your farm can exist. If you work on 4 eggs a day and you have to pay prices for the normal feeds and stuff like this, all of a sudden your big farm becomes unprofitable, right? And it's like there's means and ways, or the profit becomes so low that many people just say, look, you know what, I'm not interested in this, because again, the Russian economy, Russian system is even worse than Ukrainian one. At least in Ukraine the changes have started, right? You know, people have started to push back against the old system. One of the reasons Ukraine was so dangerous to Russia is not the part where the Ukraine would join European Union. It's all bullshit. It's the part where in Ukraine the changes have started. This is why Georgia was so dangerous to Russia in 2008, because again the changes have started there and the Russians needed to take them out so that their system, which is still kind of rooted in the end of the Soviet Union era type system, or the 90s, so end of the 20th century system, where people go into the government to simply become rich and to steal as much as they possibly can. You know, it's like that system needed to continue existing, and if the changes happened in the countries like Ukraine or Georgia, which are way more which have way closer mentality in Russian mind, in the mind of Russian people, right? If those changes were happening there, the Russian people would continue pushing to the Russian system, and the Russian system would lose control because they don't want to change, right? But so far, these guys on these channels as well, so they say the economy is faltering, and a lot of time, let's go back to the map. I know it looks boring, but what happened was that in many Western companies as well, so that used to be in this, they were in these regions. So they were in the European, mostly in European regions of Russia. There were also many Western companies that used to make things, but they also used to create a lot of jobs. And we're not talking just, for example, what's that guy that IKEA, for example, which did not only have a bunch of shops around the area. We're talking shops, warehouses. We're also talking factories, like a couple of factories, few warehouses, a few shops, like so. And as well, there was a whole infrastructure built around IKEA. Believe it or not, but it's true. For example, there were around Moscow and some other big cities, there were actual shopping centers built around IKEA. For many people who live in the West, it might be a hard pill to swallow, because I live in Berlin right now, and the IKEA shop is put outside, far away, like, you know, and there's like nothing, like there's like an IKEA shop and there's another similar shop next to IKEA. That's it. There's nothing there. If you're going to IKEA, you're going to IKEA, right? In Russia, many big shopping centers were built around IKEA. Essentially, there would be like a big IKEA shop, so people were gonna go like there, and once these IKEA shops disappeared, or a couple of other like big brands closed down their shops there, all of a sudden the rest of the little shops were not interesting, and people stopped going because they built big shopping centers not in the city center. Obviously, they've been a little bit outside, out of the way, you know, in the more cheaper areas, and people would go there because they would go to IKEA to buy something, and then they would go to everywhere else. Whereas in the West, the shopping centers, I'm not sure about US, but my experience of shopping centers in Germany, in France, in Belgium, Netherlands, wasn't into one in Switzerland. No, I wasn't into a shopping center in Switzerland. Sorry, but general shopping centers, they are like a place to go just to the movies and stuff like this, and they are within kind of an easy reach, sometimes even in the city centers. Like, but the closure of IKEA shops essentially led to the closure or a very like many shops leaving those big shopping centers, and the shopping centers went empty. A lot of stores closed, some things reopened, but like at least half the stores in those shopping centers are closed. This means the warehouses, this means the supply chains and everything else. So those big companies were creating a lot of other jobs which have now disappeared from the Russian job market. And they were not super great jobs. They did not pay you like €1,000. They were paying maybe an equivalent of $300-400 to people. But because of the way system, the way things happen in the Soviet Union, at the moment, that was for many people, it was still an okay wage, especially if you did not live in Moscow. In Moscow, maybe it was a bit harder, but if you lived in a smaller town, if you lived in Samara, for example, let's say the Podolsk, Tula, right? Many of these places, $400 wage is actually was considered a very, very good wage. So many people in those areas, they made actually a lot less. I was about a year ago. I don't remember which town it was, but I know it's like about 2 hours drive from Moscow. And the guy who was saying that what are the good wages in this town, I've actually converted them. It was like $350 was considered a good wage in that town. Like, that was a wage which allowed you to either rent a good apartment or to even buy a flat. I mean, the flat was like $40,000, obviously equivalent of $40,000, but having a $350 wage between a husband and some wage from a wife actually allowed people to take out like 25-year mortgage to buy a flat of their own. But obviously these jobs have disappeared, and people like don't pay attention to this, because obviously it's like a few hundred jobs from this company, few thousand jobs from this company. But what it created is that at the moment the financial ability of people is dropping rapidly, and this is something I talked about at the middle of 2022, about May, June, when the companies started to officially pulling out. And I was saying, look guys, like at the time the Russians had problems recruiting people to join the military. This is why they only had one mobilization, and after that they don't talk about mobilization much, because the Russians do get 30 to 40,000 people joining the military just for the money. Like, if you join the military to go to fight in Ukraine, that's every month. Right? If you join the military, they give you 200,000 rubles. Now, 200,000 rubles, that would be an equivalent. Now it's even more in many places. It's gone up to like 250. But that's like, in current currency exchanges, that's an equivalent of $2,500. Right? Yeah, it's 100. Yeah, it's 100 rubles, I think, for every dollar. So it's $2,500 just to join up, and then you get paid $2,000 every month you're alive. And So basically what it means that like while you're in a training camp and things like this, you go into the war zone, I think it actually goes up a bit. But if you get recruited for to go to actually fight in Ukraine, then you get 250,000 rubles plus 2,000 rubles, 200,000 rubles every month. So essentially every month people would be getting an equivalent of what they used to make in a year. Many of them, they would be getting it every month, right? That is, I understand that for many Europeans, for many people in the West, it's like hard to swallow that. It's like, what do you mean, like $2,000? What the fuck? But for the country like Russia, and it's very big money, right? And I see a lot of people who go from America or Europe having the European level of savings go to live in Russia and say, oh my god, it's so nice here, I can afford so much. It's like, yes, that's because most of the society lives below on the money which is like, if you that is below poverty line in any European country. But that's the fact of life, and the economy was faltering. And in the, like I say, in 22, at the mid, about May, June 22, I was saying, look, from about the start of 2023, there will be more and more people going in and recruiting themselves into the Russian military because of the money. And this is why they had a mobilization in about September, October, I think, 2022, and after that they didn't have to have one, because for so many people dying in Ukraine, they also, like, every month they say it's about like 500 to 1,000 people get knocked out from Russian troops every day in Ukraine, right? Both killed and wounded. They also recruiting about 1,000 people every day, equivalent of 1,000 people every day from around all of Russia, to go and fight in Ukraine. And that's because many people go and sign up because they need to feed their families, they have lost their jobs. Like, the withdrawal of Western companies meant that there's a whole, like, so for example, again, let's take IKEA again. For example, in IKEA there were, let's say, it employed probably 20,000 people around all of Russia, men and women alike, right? But the actual IKEA was creating another 200,000 or probably more jobs around the IKEA, which were not directly connected to IKEA. But like I said, for example, IKEA existing meant that the shopping mall, which was on the edge of a city, would make people go there because they'd go there for IKEA deals or something like this. And this would mean that many shops that existed in the city center, they had the incentive to also build a shop around, like, near IKEA, a small shop, like, and employ people there, create the infrastructure from this shop to exist. There's other brands, like, so when there was IKEA, it's a shopping center, so there was McDonald's there, there'd be like a Burger King there, like, they also had the incentive to keep their shops there. And the McDonald's and Burger King also employed like tens of hundreds of thousands of people around all of Russia, we're talking, right? And now all these brands have left. I think McDonald's kind of sold them, and they have their network, which is Вкусная точка, I think, right? So they don't keep as many shops as McDonald's did, but they kept most of them. But some brands have left, and now all those people, they had the severance package of a few months, they had some money, and then Some companies kept people employed, officially employed for a bit longer, but after a while they said, okay, we're leaving, and this meant that many jobs that were created around these big companies, right? They were not directly involved with McDonald's, but now, for example, some of them was like a farmer producing lots of meat, right, which was specifically for McDonald's, which was a specific type of meat or specific type of potato or specific type of this and that. And now this guy goes like, oh, okay, cool, at least I can produce this for McDonald's. But the guy who was selling it to Burger King or Pizza Hut or whoever else, like, you know, they go like, oh, okay, what do I do with this now? Because this is very specific for this company. If I try to sell it to other places, working on this kind of level, my produce is just too expensive, so I have to sell it cheaper. I have to maybe move on to a different type of produce, right? So I don't need so many people employed. Like, some people get fired, you know, then what happens is he loses the supply of tractor parts, he loses the supply of proper oils, you know, so he has to make his less equipment and things like this. Again, he's employing less people because he's moving on something different, and all of a sudden, like, this hundreds of thousands of people that are unemployed and their savings are running low. So many guys will go like, look, you know, it's not that I want to go to war, like they were supporting the war, they were happy about the war, but now they're having to go to the war, and many of them, like, when they end up in the war, they go, fuck me, sideways. We're being treated like literally just for meat attacks. But they still have to go and sign up, because this is the only way to make money for them now. And this is a problem for Ukraine, because now Russians, like I say, if you don't fight with an idiot on his level, because they're gonna beat you with experience. So again, we're talking about the remnants of the old system still lingering in Ukraine. No changes need to be made. Younger people need to come into power. But a lot of times, there's lots of people who still like part of the old system, and they go and get into this fighting with the Russians on their own level, and this essentially means that Russians beat them with experience. They had this experience when they fought in Georgia. They had this experience when they fought in Chechnya, right? They had two Chechen wars. They had a war in Georgia. They had this experience of sending meat waves in Syria. They had this experience, like, okay, Ukrainians had some experience fighting them in Donbass, but Russians just had more experience of not giving a shit about their soldiers, okay? And again, Russia is starting to falter. It's not going to be an easy one. It's not going to take another, like, oh, God knows, like, months or two. No, it might take a while longer. They're losing their ability to produce stuff. And again, the loss of their ability to produce stuff is kind of all over West and East. So Russia has lost the ability to produce stuff. The West have proven their inability to make stuff, because again, this is, for over the last 30 years, there was negative selection in the people running the companies. There was negative selection in the people running the countries. There was never negative selection in the people running local councils as well. So there was negative selections all across the board in both West and Russia. Like Ukraine probably was, again, a few years back. I've made a video saying that the Western politics should be afraid of Ukrainian revolution because it shows that the system can be changed. People can fight to change the system, right? So we talked about Russia. The problems from the West is, again, not gonna hang on it because I talked about it plenty of times. But what we see is a lot of people who, like I say, would need to go into politics to improve things. Businessmen and things like this, they not going there. They going like, oh, we're not gonna do this. I'm not interested. I want to do this on that, but I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to be part of this. So they will complain about the system going wrong, but they don't actually do anything. They don't go to get elected. I'm a businessman. I'm too good for that, or something like this. This has been something that's been existed in the West, which is like we've been trying after the fall of Soviet Union. There was a system of I'm for me and I don't care about things around me unless they concern me particularly. So there's a lot of times when it would be good for Western local businessmen to say, look, I'm a successful guy, you know what, but my town goes into disrepair, right? Things are going bad. I will probably should go and actually show some, well, citizens duty. Essentially, I need to become a socialist, and I need to sacrifice certain levels of income to improve my surroundings. And there was time when people used to do that, and lately the Western businessmen, they lost the testicles. They don't have it to say, I'm gonna sacrifice my personal great income, even though I know where the issues are and I probably know how to fight them. I will not go there. I will not do that, and I will leave it to the professional politicians. Like the faith in that, like they complain about professional politicians, but they don't do anything to change that. And in the long run, it shows that West has lost. They were not capable of producing enough shells for the artillery they gave to Ukraine. And when the issues started in Israel, right, they were like, oh, we have to give some weapons to Ukraine, but we also have to give weapons to Israel, and oh shit, we've got none. Right? So again, we probably get into the stage around the world where people have to start going like, hey, wait a minute, I need to sacrifice some of my personal benefits to build something which will make sure that my children and my grandchildren can live and grow up in the place and area where where they are safe, secure, and can build themselves. And because so many of the younger generation have no kids, we have no kids, we have no spouses, definitely no grandchildren, right? People are not willing to do that to create that situation. So I don't know how that needs to be changed, but I'm just saying things need to change for all of us inside. But we're not going to talk about this. But so we finished economics, we finished politics. After, oh my god, 1 hour and 40 minutes. I really want to say that the guys who can make those videos short, they do deserve every like they get on YouTube. right? Because I mean, I've talked about so many things and I've been talking pretty fast, and it still took me nearly 2 hours just to cover this stuff. So now we're actually gonna go into the. Let me just. Oh yeah. My backside is hurting. But now we're actually gonna go into the things which are military based. So, recent news. Okay, let's go here. In this area, Ukrainians managed to knock down a couple of Su-34s, three actually. And again, what we were talking about a few times was that in, where's this, Kazacha Lahiri, there is a bridgehead here which Russians are really trying to knock out. There's only a few hundred soldiers on there, but what happened was that when the Russians blew up the Kakhovka Dam, they flooded all these areas, and essentially what it done, it has wiped out all the defenses that they have built there. And again, I was saying, and once the land became more available, more dry, Ukrainians managed to establish a couple of bridgeheads, and they also fighting. There's a lot of fighting on the islands around these rivers. So many Russian soldiers, they dread when they're being sent to these areas, because they say, we're just getting killed here. We don't even know where the fuck the fire is coming from. When they find us, we just die. But this is like used as a punishment for the Russian soldiers to go and keep guard on the islands. So because so many of them die down there, and it's like if you do something wrong, you get sent to the islands. I'm not gonna go through all the crazy shit that Russian command does, but we also see that these are the places where there is bridgeheads. I know this area because this is where I grew up, so this is why I was so confident when I was saying that Ukraine is going to make bridgeheads in these areas. These areas probably a bit harder because at the moment I don't know how the lands, but obviously if they have managed to make a dam over here, this probably means that the river banks are pretty high on both sides, so it might be much harder to make inroads in there, but or maybe people don't even try. I don't know, but we might see some inroads into these areas. I don't, once the land either more dry or maybe other things happen, maybe when it freezes over a bit in some areas and people might be able to cross. At this point of time, I'm not going to go there. I have not seen it myself, and obviously I don't know how the banks have changed, but the chances are pretty high that Ukrainians at some point of time will probably have a few more bridgeheads along these banks. But these areas are good, better for Ukrainian to create bridgeheads because, like I said, you can just sneak through the little islands. Yes, there are cases when they get found out and they get shot at with cannons, but a lot of times the cannons are sitting quite far away, they cannot do the damage. So the reason why the Russian airplanes were knocked down is because, again, we're going back in history of the war, the Russians used to shoot tons and tons of missiles and drones and everything else into Ukrainian territory. And then this meant that Ukrainian air defenses were very spread out. So this has allowed the Russians higher levels of air superiority because yes, Ukrainian MiG-29s could fight Russian MiG-29s and kill them off, but newer Russian planes, they're fewer in the numbers, but they could make strikes from deeper within Russian territory, so which meant that Ukrainians could not reach them, or there were other issues with all of that. So it meant that the Russians had kind of a air superiority, not over Ukrainian land, but at least within their land. Right, but with a few more various systems that could take out Russian drones. Well, actually, there were Iranian drones, but okay, but used by Russians, and this meant that Ukrainians could bring a bit more missile defenses, right, air defenses, to the front line. And they say that Ukrainians actually used a Western missile system. Some people say it was a French one. Some people say it was the American one. I'm not sure, so I'm not gonna go and say which one it was in particular. But yes, they say they used a Western missile system to take out three Su-34s, and something else as well, right? Obviously, what does this mean? Well, it means that Russian air forces, but to say that the Russian air forces could strike from longer distance away, but even then, according to, I think it was on this guy's channel, right? Michael Naki, on one of his videos, he was, because he monitors a lot of Russian chit chat, and he was telling that the Russian pilots were complaining that those missions flying in the south of Ukraine just to keep Ukrainians at bay were very dangerous, and even though they're shooting from a long distance away, but there were always at risk that Ukrainian air defenses will hit them, because Ukraine also has the air defenses that are capable of hitting long range. There were just not as many of them, because obviously a lot of those systems need to be kept in case there's Russian missiles coming into the cities and to knock them down. We remember last year there would be like 50, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80 missiles a day. Not just drones, but missiles as well. There was a big talk about how the Russians were building up the missile storages over the summer, but as we can see, they're not really shooting as many missiles into Ukrainian territory anymore, because again, the economy is faltering. Obviously the sanctions, they're having their effect. It's harder to build long-range missiles. Sure, you can build them, but they're probably not as good or not as many, because they require a lot of parts which do come from the West, and we're not talking just about the electrics. We're probably talking about some engine parts and things like this, something which you cannot easily bring in. A lot of missiles that Russians used to have, they used to have a lot of Ukrainian parts, and again, they were buying them from Kharkiv, I believe, but they failed to capture Kharkiv. They have failed to capture the production capabilities for those parts, and they probably do not have the skills and the people. This is the problem of West and East. I'm not dissing just Russians. The West has the same problem, where there was no incentive. People were not investing into building up skills in both sides, but they don't have the skills to build those things, and they don't have the equipment to build the parts as well. Maybe they don't know how to produce the right metals. I don't know, but that's what I see probably happened. They have not built as many missiles. They cannot just shoot them. They said they have about 300 new missiles. Well, we can do the math. If they shoot 10 missiles a night, that's a month's worth of missiles. It's nothing compared to the numbers they were shooting last winter, like 22 to 23, they were like tens, 20, 30, 40. Like, and then by the end of the winter, the numbers have dwindled. They probably ran out of, they have all the minimum storages, and even if they build another 300 missiles, it doesn't matter much, which means that having new air defenses like, I think, German Gepard or in similar systems. There are some systems they had in Ukraine. They're not as good as German Gepard simply because they were built all the way back in USSR. But nevertheless, there are systems that, air defense systems, that work against drones way better than missile defenses. It means that Ukraine can move air missile defenses, so air defense systems based on missile technology, closer to the front lines, and it means they can reach further into the Russian territory to knock down Russian airplanes. Now the Russians have lost, according to statistics, let's look them up. Ooh, okay. I forgot to change the script. Okay. Yeah, I have a JavaScript blocker. Not on the lines of advertisement, but if you know a little bit about blocking scripts, this is, I like using this program. It's just Script Blocker. I don't remember the full name. Okay, Russia's losses. People say that this is kind of according to some Ukrainian sources, 352,390 killed, wounded over 1 million. But again, not every wounded person simply leaves the battles. Many come back. No, there's armored combat vehicles 10,000, and again there's different ones. So like some of them are actually really old, really bad ones, like a modern, like an American Humvee probably could do a better job than those vehicles. Some of them are an equivalent to Humvees, but they're still armored. So 5,000 tanks, right? Okay, Russian. So this is a weird one. Aircraft. So there's 324 aircrafts and helicopters. No, so 324. That's actually together. So planes and helicopters, and the Russians have lost a lot of helicopters. So they had the strike helicopters, which were supposed to be similar to American Apache helicopter. A lot of them were blown up by a missile strike on their landing strip. So there's like a lot of them were knocked out of the air, but they still have a few airplanes, like MiG-29s, Su-27s, Su-24s, and Su-24th in Garage. It's it's a ground attack airplane, so it's basically was it war? I don't know, the American, there's an American equivalent to that, and 8,000 artillery. So this is both mobile artillery and normal artillery. And again, some of this is not actually killed. Some of this was actually captured. If they say 5,000 tanks, a lot of those tanks might not be the latest tanks, because Russians have used, but I think these numbers are a bit over exaggerated. I mean, 600 days is like 10 tanks a day. I don't think so, but okay. Let's look a couple of other sources. Okay, no, so all the sources seem to be stating about the same numbers. So all the Ukrainian sources, but I do think they're a bit over exaggerated. Right. Total breakdown fatalities killed. They're a bit over exaggerated, but I would say, but also the numbers that are lost by Russians, according to Russians, are like grossly underestimated. But I think a lot of this stuff is like they're not planes 327, helicopters 324. Maybe that looks a bit closer, but again, when people talk about planes and helicopters, we're not talking just about fighter planes, we're talking a whole bunch of different planes, something that would be used for delivering something. So the Russians have lost a whole bunch of planes when they've been trying to send their troops, do an airdrop of Russian troops into the middle of Ukraine. They have lost a whole bunch of planes that over that day, as well as helicopters. Obviously, over time, there's a few times when Ukrainians, there was a Antonovka, near Antonovsk. In Antonovka, they used to park their helicopters and planes in the same place, and Ukrainians keep on just hitting it with artillery strikes, so they lose. So these are not something they have lost in the battle, but quite often they lost it because Ukrainians knew where it was parked and managed to make a strike against this particular airfield. Same losses happened with the airplanes. This is why they had to move their airplanes. So they had some air losses in Crimea, for example, when they were parking their airplanes in the airfields there. And some were lost in the airfields in the eastern Ukraine as well. They were parking their airplanes, and Ukrainians have found out. So they're not all battle losses, and they're not all battle jet planes. Okay, right? But there's quite a few losses of them, and the thing is they're finding it harder to replace them, especially newer planes. Again, it's down to the fact that many parts were brought in from the West or from Ukraine directly. A lot of those parts were produced in Kharkiv. This is why they tried to capture the city. Right, cruise missiles. Yeah, you see 1614 cruise missiles. This is the stuff they shot into Ukraine mostly over the last winter. Right, if they built another 300, it's not really making a dent compared to 1500 missiles. Right, so they have not been able to replenish those. Loss of the airplanes as well. It's not that they can't be replaced, but they cannot replace them at the rate at which they are losing them, and this makes it like very, very difficult for them. Every loss is like severely diminishes Russian army's ability to fight. Okay, let's go back to the map. So they've lost a few. They've lost a few helicopters where they've been like then taken out. The problem Russia has at the moment with the helicopters as well, many losses are happening because their engines break down. Russians have been having let's look it up if we can find it in English. Yeah, they're trying to build new engines. You see, yeah. Why this? So, for example, this is an article, 9th of November. So they trying to get back the engines that they originally sold to other countries, because they are running out of the engines to drive their helicopters. Like, even in Ukraine they've managed to start producing some new engines, but in Russia they failed at it. There is something I mentioned before. They had a problem there. They had an interesting helicopter project which was essentially left and never grew into anything good, because the local politicians, they, once the money were been wired to provide this company with assistance, they essentially decided to steal the money. And a very, not a super good, but a very interesting project which could have been like, you know, a dangerous small helicopter, have never existed anymore, even though it was actually already created and there were people ready to produce it. Right, so again, this is what we're talking about, the systematic failures all over. And the Russian military is losing their helicopters, often simply because they can't replace an engine, or they can't replace other parts which they are incapable of producing, or because these parts were actually bought in from the West, or, like I say, often from Ukraine. Right, so these are the losses, the replacement of the airplanes. Again, 3 Su-34s, they were producing them at the rate of like 5 a year. So 3 of them losing, it's like, okay, this is a big strike. And this is why we were saying that Ukraine needs airplanes, so that people talk about F-16s and when will F-16s arrive to Ukraine. They arrive to Ukraine in 2 months, I think, more. But there is like, the thing is, it's like Ukraine does not need a people were like, oh yeah, but F-16s are old planes and they like not as good as the latest Su-57 or whatever it is, so it will not make a difference for Ukraine. Well, actually, as long as Ukraine can get access to the planes that can shoot modern missiles, we're not talking just about F-16s, who are about on par with the latest Russian planes. Even though they might not be as maneuverable, but for the weapons, because F-16s can shoot the latest missiles, they can use the latest bombs, unlike the old planes that Ukraine had, which led to a whole bunch of problems, right? But because F-16s can do all that, it actually brings Ukrainian Air Force on par with the Russian Air Force, actually gives Ukraine capabilities of taking out the Russian radar equipment and electronic warfare equipment, because there are bombs and missiles which in the West which exist, which especially created to target these kind of targets. So they capture the radars, they capture some strong radios, anything that provides strong radio signal, they home on that and they hit those targets without having to find them visually, right? I personally said that Ukraine does not need just F-16s, it needs the planes that can do that job, because then it would make it much easier for Ukrainian forces to fight the air war and create this air superiority. Unfortunately, it took, well, more than 1.5 years since the first time people started about planes to finally provide Ukraine with F-16s, and I think it was Swedish Saab airplanes, which is again a very cool plane. Again, what I was saying is it's probably not as good as F-16. It loses to F-16 in certain areas, but it has other advantages. One of the advantages is its small size and ability to essentially land and take off from a fucking road. Right? It's been designed because they said, look, we will not have it, you know, if the war starts, airfields are going to be the first thing to hit. So we need something which is capable of doing things like landing on the road and being serviced in the middle of a fucking field. Right? There's other planes like that which are way cheaper than F-16s, which have a far smaller training curve. I'm gonna show this again. I did videos about this before. Super Tucano, for example. Right, Embraer B314 Super Tucano. I've made a video talking about one of those. There is a couple of similar planes around produced. I think there's at least one produced in US. They work on the similar systems. Again, something like this. They can shoot a bunch of missiles that can produce that essentially NATO weapons, including those bombs that can fly for like 50-60 kilometers. So this is not the planes that are required to be in direct fight with Russian jet fighters, but this is something that can carry Western weapons, giving Ukraine access, even if it's an older Sidewinder missile which this Tucano can shoot. This is something that can take out Su-24, or it can take something like a Russian helicopter from a longer distance, making these planes invaluable for the defense. We're not talking about like winning one-on-one fights. We're talking about something which is cheap to run. I think like a 1 hour flight on F-16 costs something like, I don't know, $50,000. 1 hour flight on this plane costs $3,000. Like, that's the difference. This is a tenfold difference, right? And I'm throwing this again into the ether, hoping that, hey, it's Christmas, and the Christmas spirit is not going to give me any presents, but it will give people the brains to think about stuff like this, and we will see some things happening which is not perfect, but good. Right? Perfection is the enemy of anything good. Not hoping for like a perfect solution of another 50 F-16s flying into Ukraine, but maybe getting a good solution of another 50 ones of planes like this one that is capable of using NATO bombs, NATO missiles, capable of carrying an extra radar equipment, making it able to fight, to have an access, radar access on the par with maybe not the latest Russian jet fighters, but definitely the older versions, and being able to shoot them down with the newer missiles like Sidewinders. I think this one can carry Sidewinders, right? But obviously, or being able to shoot at Russian positions with guided bombs or flying bombs which can go from a long distance and taking out Russian positions from beyond the range of the artillery strikes, which is again, it's something that Ukraine needs, and something like this would guarantee the air superiority. Okay, so we're now talking about the war. I'm hoping this will happen. They are not jet engines, so they don't have such a long training time for the pilots. Ukraine has plenty of pilots who have experience of flying small planes. I know that because my uncle was a big fan of small planes. He was running his own airplane company that were flying small planes to spray the fields and things like this. I think 3 of the major micro and small plane manufacturers in the world were based around Kiev, right? So, you know, there is knowledge there to keep those planes in check, to keep them running, and to fly them. So, which means that the professional fighter pilots can actually be kept for the cool planes like F-16, like Saab. What's the Swedish jet fighter? Let's, Gripen. Yeah, that's the new plane. So yeah, this is the Swedish Gripen that they were saying that they were going to supply some to Ukraine as well. So for this kind of jets, you need a professionally trained fighter pilots. But for the kind of smaller planes, you need people who can fly them, and you have a very big pool of pilots that can be trained to fly them in Ukraine. You don't need the special fighter pilots for those. Right? Is this doable? I hope it is. I hope Ukraine gets that. I hope people will start looking for the perfect solution. But again, it comes down to the system. And the system is still full of people who are not in touch with reality. So, but people will say, why do you say about this plane? Well, actually, this plane was looked at by Ukrainian military before the war for the border patrols and other things like this. Like I said, some things that are not jet plane specific, but can be done by something smaller, more nimble, and again something that can take off, land and take off in a field or on the road and can be serviced there. There's a not jet engine. They do have like a small jet inside. There's like, I don't remember the proper name of the engine, but what's the name? Let's take a look at that. Right. Let's look at the engine design and development. Brazil. Turboprop engine. That's the one. So turboprops engine. So they have essentially a small jet engine, which small turbine, which it's not a jet, it's a turbine, but it runs the propeller. Okay, so one of those. They can fly for ages. They need far less service than the proper jet engines. They use a lot less fuel, but they're not as fast. But still around 400 to 500 kilometers an hour, I think. Not off the top of my head. But something like this. So Ukraine needs... Overall, like the Ukrainian soldiers are complaining that they're not getting enough drones, so a lot of this stuff kind of goes through. And again, these turboprops could be used as well as a part of an air defense system, because a lot of drones that the Russians are sending in huge numbers are not really that fast. They just fly at night. These planes come with a night visions, equipped with a night vision. So, but they're fast enough to catch those drones and knock them out of the bloody sky. Again, nothing's perfect, but I'm hoping this will happen. And again, having something like this will free up, for example, a lot of actual jet planes or other things, other air defense systems, to fight on the front line. Again, providing Ukraine with extra air defenses and extra air superiority. This is very important. So but I'm hoping for that. Right, Ukraine needs more drones, and from what I can see, and now these are my thoughts only, but the current FPV drones which are brought to Ukraine, they're brought a lot of times by volunteers. There's not enough government programs for that. And again, this is what we're seeing is that people on the ground up, they find good ways. Sometimes people on the top, they say, oh, this is a good idea, we probably should implement it. And then you have a guy in the middle who has made his way by stealing, cheating, and by sucking off the guy at the top. He's part of that system, and that system starts slowing things down. So again, we're talking now about war, but we're still coming back to the same situation where there's these guys in the middle. And the thing is like, now when you talk to people who, not I listen to them, I don't talk to them, but I listen to some of their commentaries, and they say, look, these guys should be court-martialed, like, they should be taken out of the military and they should be shown the, like, fired or court-martialed. And I generally go like, there is only one guy I know who have done it in the history of the last more over 100 years of East European history. There was this guy called Stalin. Right? I always remember hearing these stories how Stalin was taking lieutenants and making them generals, because these lieutenants were getting the job done, and the generals that were sitting above them were just telling how it was impossible, and he would put people up through the ranks and make them run bigger and bigger units and give them more responsibilities. And within like a few weeks, a guy could go from like I say, a lieutenant to a colonel or even a general, because he was getting the job done or he was providing some good information. Right, so apparently Stalin was right. He was correct to do so, because at the moment Ukraine and actually Russia suffers from the same. A lot of people providing fake information, a lot of people taking dumb fucking decisions. And the thing is at the moment, because there is no official war, again, it's kind of a limited war situation in Ukraine as well. So the people who are responsible for this still have to deal with a lot of this stuff. And again, this is on Western, like, based on West telling Ukraine that, look, you can't do this, or you have to keep it legal stuff and things like this. But we see that Ukraine is incapable of taking those fast decisions, of removing those people from their posts or things like this. And this means that a lot of these decisions are essentially bogged down in some paperwork bullshit, and they're not done fast enough. The PEV drones that Ukrainian military often gets are often supplied to them by the people who buy them in the simple shops. Essentially, they're not like proper drones for military, or they're not probably as suitable, but those drones actually doing more damage to Russian troops. And this is something that the Russians have showed a bit more ability in, is they did start bringing those drones, buying those drones from other sources and supplying more of them to the Russian troops, because they were running out of ammunition, and they were like, hey, well, actually those drones, the Ukrainians are doing this, those drones work better. And somewhere in the Russian machine somebody said, just do it, like, one of the higher up generals said, just do it, and it's being done. It's not perfect for the Russians, but in Ukraine it's just bogged down in the peacetime kind of situation where Ukrainians military like is stuck by people who should not be there. They should already be fired by now in 2 years. But Ukraine needs the drones. At the moment, the drones which are made for PEV drones. Okay. PEV drones. White Army drones. Let's see if they've got any images. Yeah, so what we see is that most of the drones are like this. These are essentially drones which are made for personal use, so you want it to hang if you want to make cool videos and stuff like this, right? So in my personal opinion, so again, now I'm expressing my personal opinion, but the problem with those drones is they are spending a lot of energy, expending a lot of resources, a lot of battery, because they're running 4 engines to stay in the air, and they don't really need to, right? You know, they're not, especially there's some areas where you need those drones like this. So if you, for example, running an artillery support or something like this, and you need the drone to stay more or less in one spot to keep track of things, yes, this is a perfect thing. But a lot of drones are being used as strike machines, and quite often they are limited in the way they use them, because a drone like this is like spending a lot of energy on keeping itself in the air. And yes, it's cheaper, but if you essentially create something like this, but remote control plane, so this is something you can find, obviously, but if you bring in like something planes like this, what's this? It's a Vibaban. Images. So some drones like this that can stay in the air for much longer, because they're not using the helicopter type of flight. They can simply fly around and carry the weights, but small, cheap, something that can be built in numbers, even in by, like say, people say so many of these drones can be built by school children, essentially put together by school children to carry a small charge, to be controlled and to do the strikes. So stuff like this, Ukrainian troops need a lot of it, and they can fly and they can use a lot less energy to fly because of the wings and stuff like this, right? Again, something like this is like 100 euros. I'm not an expert on drones, but I think Ukraine needs more things like this. I personally once was talking to someone and I was saying, hey, maybe make a drone which is a mix of a like helium balloon in a solidly covered helium balloon with wings as well, to create it a bit of more lifting force, and to create something that will will be able to stay in the air for a very long time, obviously, and be able to carry more weights, or maybe attach more equipment to do other things like. But obviously at the moment I'm not a drone specialist. Was just an idea. But what I'm saying is Ukraine needs a lot of drones like this, but the machine is not really moving fast. A lot of that stuff is happening literally because some units, somebody who went into the military, they went, I had this drone, can you send me? Oh, it's actually a good idea, it can see a lot. So people started bringing drones, and then people went like, what about if we attach a grenade to this drone, and then it can fly in and maybe just drop a grenade on someone. Oh, it actually works, let's try that. But then this whole like initiative from the bottom gets stuck somewhere in the middle, and then when somebody from the top says, let's try doing something like this, again the old system starts getting slow. Same thing is happening in the West. So again, Ukraine is not unique in that. Same stuff happens in Russia, same stuff happens in Europe. So, and we essentially, the times are changing, many of us are changing with them, but the people in power are people who got into power in at the end of the 20th century. They're still there, they're still not going anywhere. But again, like I said, Ukraine needs those things. At the moment, like I say, in here, they cannot really expand the bridgehead because of the Russian airstrikes, obviously. Oh my God. I spoke for 2.5 hours. Oh my God. But they cannot expand this bridgehead properly because even though, as we discussed before, the Russian artillery cannot really come in yet close enough to do as much damage to Ukrainian troops on the left side of the Dnieper River, because Ukraine does have some of the Western artillery parked on this side, and this is a high bank, so they can reach further, and the Western artillery can overall reach further. But it also means that Ukrainians cannot really move too far forward in because of the Russian airstrikes, and the Russian kept on doing airstrikes from helicopters. This is why they got caught somewhere in here and they lost a bunch of helicopters. Now Su-34s again lost because they had to do those airstrikes, and Ukrainian, because of the loss of the Russian abilities to shoot like again another 1,500 missiles in Ukraine over the space of 3 months. Now the Russians had to come in, and Ukrainians had an ability to bring in, was it, I don't know, I said whether it was a Patriot, American Patriot missile system, or was it a French one. I'm not gonna say that, but the Ukrainians had an ability to bring that in closer to the front lines, and now they will be able to start taking out Russian birds with the missiles. And again, it's like one missile which costs probably $2 million versus a jet which costs like $50 million. Right, that's the difference. But we also see the talk about, again, West being unable to produce enough ammunition for the artillery, which again limits Ukrainian guys' ability to use artillery overall on equal stages, whereas the Russians have got millions and millions of artillery ammunition from North Korea. But so this kind of makes it level. But at the moment, what Ukrainians do by keeping this bridgehead, and the Russians keep on trying to knock it off. Why do they keep on doing this? Because obviously once you have a bridgehead sufficiently installed here, at some point of time Ukrainians will be able to bring in more troops, more equipment. We're already seeing them even trying to bring in those amphibious vehicles that can, was it BTR-4, right? So there's a they're people carriers, but they have like a 30mm cannon as well. They brought a couple of those across, but obviously over time they couldn't keep them, I think, or they keep them somewhere, but it doesn't show. There's not really any good clear videos of whether they're there or not, or where the Ukrainians are keeping them, but they have been in the fighting. And the Russians, but if the Russians don't keep on trying to knock off, remember what I said at the beginning of the video, where the Russians, something I said before, the Russians have to keep on attacking, because if Ukrainians get the bridgeheads, they bring in the equipment, and the Russians don't have the defenses over here at all, so the Ukrainians will be able to break through here very easily if they allow to maintain any sort of resonance of control. So the Russian airplanes have to fly in, they have to keep on bombing this place. And like many Ukrainian soldiers who've been there, they say yes, it's very hard, it feels like we've been under constant bombardment. There's a lot of articles which came out with the journalists which say, look, just like let Russians have it, because the Ukrainians are not ready to fight anymore. They're like, they're losing soldiers for nothing. Just stop helping Ukraine, let the Russians steamroll them. It's like quite often many people go like, well, actually, you know what? This seems like something that Russians would want you to say and do. And many times those are not like proper journalists. They just people who write something on, let's say, New York Times web page. It's not actually published in the newspaper, but it's an article by one of the people who commit articles to New York Times website, but everybody goes, look, New York Times said this. It's like, well, if it's not on their behind their paywall, it's probably not New York Times who said it. But nevertheless, it happens. A lot of people on YouTube kind of start saying the same. I'm not the one who's gonna say, oh look, this is something wonder happened and Ukrainians have gained back another 3 square kilometers of Ukraine, or oh my god, it's so horrible, Russians have managed to capture another like 200-300 meters of Ukrainian territory. So that you understood, right? Right. The territory of Ukraine is 603,628 square kilometers. Right? So it's a lot. So losing 2 or 3 square kilometers of the ground, unless it's in a very, very, very important place, is not really that bad for Ukraine. Okay? Gaining 2-3 square kilometers on the other side of the Dnieper River, on the other hand, and being able to move the tanks, being able to move the other sort of like small artillery units, being able to create these kind of areas in there, it's a big thing. So the Russians have to keep on attacking here to stop Ukrainians from creating a proper bridgehead. And this is where they die in droves. They say there's like, tanks and armored personnel carriers and all sorts of other stuff. They just send in there to die, but to kill. The Russian planes come in and shoot them bombs and missiles in there non-stop, because this is very dangerous. The Russians do not have any proper defense line in this area, because the one they built, they essentially washed it away while blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, right? So this is the situation there. It could be that if Ukrainian gets a proper means of knocking away Russian airplanes, and have the proper means of shooting the missiles that can take out their radars and their electric warfare systems, all of a sudden you have an ability to create a proper bridgehead, because they don't have all that much artillery here, because a lot of it is already packed up in here. Okay, so this is the situation down here, the south. It is actually, despite what people see, this is actually very important, but unfortunately it also means that people on this side of the river, they are under constant bombardment. It's not really as easy as I'm like, oh look, this guy's sitting in the chair and he's talking about this. But very much like many modern guys, you know, I although I don't have an experience of actual warfare, I also understand it because we all played World of Warcraft, we all played a much more, well, how do I put it, more, much better games when it comes to tactics and strategy, where the heights meant things, where an ability to create units, just units, meant things. Now imagine that I understand that the war is way more complex than a computer game, but I think many of us can generally have some reasonable judgment on things like this, but obviously this meant that I probably did not have as many girlfriends as I could have because I spent time playing computer games, reading books and doing other things which were fun and sometimes still interesting to me to this day. Right? But this is the situation there. So like I say, when F-16s arrive, we could probably see a big change here because, like I say, once the air defenses come off, then ability to fly in the other drones. Some of us might remember Bayraktar drones, which Ukrainians have not been like, they have not been shown as much lately, but at the start of the war they played their role. At the moment it's a bit harder to them to fly into this area, for example. Why? Because at this time there are Russian air defenses. I think Ukrainians managed to knock out a couple of those. From time to time, especially when they do the drone strikes inside the Crimean area. But there are still air defenses, so because Bayraktar is flying pretty high, so there are Russian air defenses who can notice them and can knock them out of the sky. If the Russian air defenses get to be knocked out, then, for example, things like Bayraktar drones could also play a big role in making strikes inside this territory, in taking out the targets not within like 2 kilometer range from where Ukrainians are, which is like probably what, so 5 kilometer or 3 miles for every square, I don't know. So this is a 5 kilometer. So this would be about 2-3 kilometers, about 2 kilometers there. So this is where Ukrainians can reach with their drones for the attacks. It's like this area. So now if you have drones that can reach within 10-15 kilometers, that would be like what, this area. So this means that there's any Russian storage facilities or anything else like this, they will be visible and they could be attacked, if not with the drones, then with missiles or something like this, giving Ukraine an ability to expand their bridgehead and actually create a very good opportunity for Ukrainian troops to actually attack and, for example, block like all the way here. I don't think there is going to be that many defenses there. I don't know. Again, there's not much in the space of the information on this area from the internet, but this is pretty much an open field down here. Like I lived there. I was like once driving across the road, and it was this particular road, and I stopped and you could literally see both ways to the point where the ground went away and there wasn't a single tree in sight, not even a hill, just a plain level ground. So if Russians try to build defenses here, they'll have like one advantage they'll be able to see further, but what the other disadvantage they will have is nowhere to hide. It's not like there's like big forests. So there is a forest here, there was an artificial forest, but now most of it is gone, and here it's just fields. Like, once Ukrainians get to here, Russians will have a lot of issues, not just with the fact they'll be visible, but also with the supply line. So while they're keeping this line, they're not super safe, but okay. But if Ukrainians can break through and go past this line, I think Russians are we will see a collapse of the front on there. This is why they're constantly attacking near any bridgeheads. They're willing to continue losing their soldiers like at the rate of 100, 200 a day, sending in not always new tanks, sometimes old tanks, sometimes old armored personnel carriers, but constantly fighting, constantly shooting, because if this collapses, that's it. This side is done. Right, so Ukraine has a very big chance of breaking through there, but obviously having the airplanes there would mean something. Right, let's go up here. So in here, this was where the big breakthrough was supposed to happen, and it didn't. Nearly 3 hours. And again, one of the issues was that while there was a big defense line, Ukrainians, I think, broke through the first line of through one line, but there are more lines of defense. There are big minefields there. And again, Russians do have a bit of an air superiority with their newer planes. We might see that changing again under the same conditions that happened in the further down near Kherson, where if the Ukrainians can move, can spare some extra air defense systems, they will be able to have further reach. So they'll have, like, again, maybe an American, maybe French, we don't know which one they might bring there, but again, long range air, maybe even Ukrainian long range air defense systems. Ukrainians still have some. Right, they have been refitted, I think, with some Western rockets. I think they were like refitting Sidewinder rockets, out of all things. So they were refitting the missiles that were shot from the jet planes into some Ukrainian air defense systems, because and they were like tinkering with them. They somehow fitted to shoot, because they shoot again for like 120, 150 kilometers they can fly. So maybe something like this can come in. So the Ukrainian air defense had the capability to see far, but they had to rewrite software and things like this to retrofit it with Sidewinder missiles. This is what we're talking, like having to play around with things which were not meant to work together and making them work together, instead of having a systems which are meant to work together. Okay, so bringing in the cheap planes that can shoot Sidewinder missiles and can carry the radar equipment that makes them pretty much as capable as a long-range air defense system. Right? Obviously, no-brainer to me, and the cost of doing one thing versus the other one, the difference is not that great. But then you have a very mobile plane system which can stay in the air for like 5-6 hours, capable of doing those air-to-air strikes. I'm not an expert. I'm very boring. I have been talking for nearly 3 hours, but hey, Christmas spirit, can we fucking have something like this? Okay, so another issue, that obviously the Russians have started using FPV drones, but the breakthrough never happened, and because of the obviously very wide defense line, very wide minefields, and obviously the NATO ways of breaking through the minefields did not work, and the NATO generals were going to, why don't you just do this? Well, they tried, and because of the use of the FPV drones and other things, they went, well, we feel ourselves like we're back in the World War One, where like a small airplane could find out your position, and then they would do a strike at you and you would lose. So they lost some German tanks, I think, in there. The American tanks, there's only a few of them in Ukraine at the moment. They have not really been in this kind of big battles, but they lost German tanks in there and American APCs as well. Why? Because they tried doing it the NATO way and shit did not work, because it's a different war to what NATO generals, the peacetime generals are used to, like, while fighting against like badly armed, I don't know, insurgents, in Afghani insurgents. Okay, so that's the situation like this. So Ukrainians have started to do like trying to slow mobile warfare. They have gained some results, but again, it's not easy. For every unit Ukraine has in there, Russians put in 10 units in there, and they can continuously attacking, and Ukraine has, I think, more trouble actually keeping this land. But from the political point of view, they go like, oh, we can't retreat because people will see this as a bad sign. Personally, and obviously they think that, look, if we retreat, the Russians are just going to rebuild the defense line and we have to break it again. So at the moment, what Ukraine needs, and we all actually need, like as what we see, we need new ways of breaking through the minefields. Right? I was even had like this crazy idea of how to make a demining drone, but I'm not a drone maker, but obviously maybe one day I'll make a drawing of it. But I'm not an engineer, so if there is an engineer there watching this video and it's still not 2025 and the war is not finished yet already, and you can help me to build a drone that can do the mining, yes, please give me a shot. Right, but I'm not somebody who can do this, and at the moment I'm not in that state to invest into this. But overall, right, we need new ways of demining things. We need new ways of moving forward, because the old tanks, they're cool once you are in the mobile warfare, and they were good all in the old days in the trench warfare, like in the First World War, because there were no mines, anti-tank mines, so they could essentially roll over the things that were trying to stop them. In World War II, once you got into the trench warfare, the tanks were already getting a bit useless, but once you get past that defense, once you can get past that defense, then yes, things like tanks and other things, they become a very, very, very dangerous weapon. Like I said, not on their own, but as an addition to the rest of your troops. But without a good way of dominating in the air, without a good way of being able to see where the artillery is, because the artillery can stay outside the range of the current drone technology that Ukrainians are using. So artillery, your drones are good for like 2 kilometers, maybe 3. Your artillery can be sitting 10 kilometers away. Your drone will not see it, but they're still within good range to be hitting on your tanks. Like, so if their drone can see you coming, they can hit the target. They will probably not hit every target, but obviously if you have 100 shells coming into the square of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer at least, right, from 15 kilometers, it's quite possible to do. At least 1 or 2 of them are gonna hit, right? And the Russians at the moment, they have that capability, because the West is not capable of producing the the ammunition. Ukrainians have lost part of that capability. So we're back to the start of the war. Yes, it's a bit improved compared to the start of the war because the Western artillery strikes further, but obviously not enough ammunition means that Ukraine have to start creating new ways of fighting. And again, maybe it would make sense to fall back and fall back even further, creating a place where the Russians would come in and would not have their defensive structures. Some areas where the Russians would come in, they will not be sitting, and you would not need to have 10 shells to take out a Russian unit. You can do it with only 3. So pull them out into the Ukrainian territory, maybe lose 30, 40, even 50 square kilometers of land, but do it in such a way that you could actually strike the Russians from multiple sides and take them out and get them to lose a lot of people in a very fast time, and maybe use that then to rebound and capture more territory. I don't know that. Like I said, this is not a computer game. Like in a computer game, I could probably arrange that, but obviously here we're dealing with people, and some, even though overall the system is not working properly, there's a local commanders in Russia that are not really that stupid. Many of them had the same kind of education I would have had. Yes, many of them went up the ladders because their daddy was a colonel, or their granddad was a general. That's true, but there's on a local level there is many like commanders which do know what they're doing. They're not stupid. I mean, like I said, I was talking about attacking in this area all the way in 2022. And what did the Russians do? Well, they built the defense systems because they saw the same shit I saw, which is if Ukrainians go through this area, the Russians are in big trouble. Right? But the one thing Ukrainians are doing, even here, the exchanges, even during the attack, the exchanges with Russian soldiers were at least 1-to-1. When they were trying to do it the NATO way. This is why Ukrainians have moved onto the strategy which saves Ukrainian forces and small groups with enough support, with enough APV drone control, so they can at least take out the Russian positions which are within the visible level. But obviously it means that this again turned into a very slow progress, or almost no progress, because there's just so many Russians there that, like, and like I say, maybe withdrawing troops here, going back to the defensive positions, and while the Russians are too busy being happy here, if there is opportunity to move the troops fast, move them in another direction, move them in another place, and hitting the Russians over there. I don't know, and unless I could have a full access to what is going on and how it's going on, I'm just a basic analyst. I'm going up from the open sources. I do know that, for example, the French tanks that Ukrainians are using are very much capable of repositioning way faster than Russian forces can, and I know that some of them, I think, are used here and over the other places. So if you have a bunch of French tanks which can be repositioned way faster than Russians can, using the fact that Russians have so much troops here and attacking in a different spot might make sense. I don't know. There is always a lot of fighting where the Russians trying to attack in many places, but so do Ukrainians. But the Russians are overall also trying to kind of keep within lines and just do small incremental changes. Right, again, if F-16s come to Ukraine, again, we're talking air-to-air missiles which can take out at least Russian airplanes from a long distance, and bombs that can notice Russian air defenses from a long distance and take out Russian air defenses from the long distance. Again, so that, for example, the Ukrainians have more freedom using Bayraktar drones, for example, to keep track of things that are in a longer range. And then again, the Bayraktar drones don't need to do the strikes as well. They might just be able to go in and see, for example, an ammunition storage somewhere in this area, right? Because there's lots of little roads here. And they go, there is an ammunition storage over there at these coordinates. So then you can do a missile strike on those coordinates, take out ammunition storage. And once that happens, right, if the Russians lose the ammunition, lose the ability, because that's what caused the biggest Russian withdrawals of troops from Ukraine. It's not the losses of Russian soldiers, although that mattered as well. It was the part where the big ammunition storages were essentially destroyed, and many of them did not feel they had like, let's say 10 shells to shoot, and like they go like, we have 10 shells to shoot, and our ammunition storage has just been blown up, and we don't even have fuel to start our tank. That is a way. That's the thing that influences the soldiers' ability to fight way more than, having 10,000 Russians killed a day. Like I say, at this point of time, because of economic issues, Russians they can hire a lot of soldiers. They still not at the need of running another set of conscriptions and things like this, because, like I said, they just do it through the money, right? Ukraine does not have as much of this. Obviously, there's some people who have lost their jobs, but also many of their families have gotten out. Children and wives, they're in the West, they're probably in Poland, in Germany, other Western countries. So the guys may be not as incentivized, and I don't know, surprisingly, there is not so much information about how much. Let's look it up. Okay, how much Ukraine pays to join the army? So Ukraine pays around, again, 100,000 hryvnias, so 220 pounds monthly. That's from April 2023. But like I say, for many Ukrainian guys, okay, drastic wage cuts as a start minimum. So there are some issues with the payments at the moment, so this is very unclear. But sometimes they pay more, sometimes they pay less. And again, for many people will go, oh my god, this is like not a big money, like the soldier in US, it's just a minimum wage, and like if he goes into battle he gets paid way more. Well, Ukraine is not a rich country, and again the average wage in Ukraine was also around $400, so it's not super high. So for many people this is also like big money, but it's not really, because it's a small country, there are more businesses still there, right? There's more Western companies. You can find a job in a farm, you can find a job in places that are producing equipment for the war. So the financials of these situations are a little bit different, and many people, like, they don't go to fight for the money. So unless they feel that their homes are under threat, they will not really they'll say, look, I'm not really a soldier. I had a personal experience where when I went to Ukrainian embassy and I said, look, I was born in Ukraine, I want to enlist, what should I do? Right, do you have any ways of me doing this? And Ukrainian guys, they didn't even let me into the embassy. It wasn't an embassy, that was a consulate. I said, look, can I speak with someone? Can I make a term or something like this? And they said, no, we're not doing anything like this in here. Just if you really want to fight for Ukraine, well, then go and travel to Ukraine and see if you can find a way to enlist there. I was like, you know what, guys? I was born in Ukraine. I like Ukrainians, even though I don't always get along with them. But there's no fucking way I'm traveling to Ukraine and then start searching for ways to help Ukraine there. Okay, that is a very bad, and this is something which the Ukrainians, again, we're talking about the system. The people who work within this system, they're there just to make as much money as they can, to have a cushy, soft place, to maybe find a way to will and deal into something, but they're not there to improve things. They're there because, like I say, they're somebody's child. They're like, oh, she's like my sister's daughter. I have no children, and I walk in the embassy and I say, hey, why don't you send your daughter walk with me? It's a cushy job, she don't need to do much. So there's very little people who actually doing something. The system is still not fixed, and it's gonna take ages to fix it. Not as bad as in Russia, but still not perfect. Right, so but the money is not always a way to attract Ukrainians to serve in the military. So Ukrainians cannot afford to lose as many soldiers, but it does lead to problems. The need for Ukrainians to have huge military reserves sitting along the border, because you never know what will happen on that border, again limits Ukrainians' ability to fight in these areas. But also, again, the internal productions, because a lot of people who are, again, we're coming back to that, the Ukrainians have trouble introducing new weapons that can change those things. Right, so what do we have here? So, but again, what it also means is that, but these bridgehead, they do kill, once they got into defense, they do kill Russians constantly attacking, wasting a lot of ammunition, obviously, but also losing a lot of soldiers. They can afford that for now, but for how long, we don't know. So that people understood, like, yes, I probably disagree with the numbers of 300 and something thousands of soldiers killed, but we can go to about, but I would say that around 200 plus thousand soldiers killed would be a reasonable estimate, because according to people, like I say, the guy Michael Naki, for example, and other channels that keep track of this, there are people who keep track of the Russian news, for example, I don't know how to call it in English, I think necrologue, but essentially when the local newspapers and somebody else says, it's like we have somebody who died and stuff like this, so some of them are officially available, and yeah, so there are people who keep track of those, and so here is an article where they say that, yeah, the government of Russian Federation recommend the news channels not to publish necrologues of the soldiers who have died in Ukraine, literally because this means that the people who actually keep track of that stuff, they can calculate how much dead soldiers were returned to Russia. So, and people who do those calculations, they say that there's at least 75 to 80,000 of those that have been published or have been at least confirmed through official channels or by people like publishing that, oh, he was a soldier and he died in like places like Facebook and stuff like this, like, oh, he has died in fighting in Ukraine. So they say about 75 to 80,000 soldiers. Obviously we're saying that so many have not been published, probably as many have not been confirmed as published, but also there are cases where for example, many soldiers were essentially left on the battlefield. So for example, if we go to Vuhledar, right, a lot of soldiers, people were saying that Russians trying to attack here, like they were losing a lot of soldiers. Avdiivka, again, attacks on Avdiivka, we've seen that people, the soldiers that come from there, they say, look, you know, there are times where we can track where the Russian soldiers are with the help of the FPV drones, because we know the bodies that are lying there, because we fly over those areas and we see the bodies that are lying there, and then when we see there was no fighting and there is a new bodies lying there, we know it's an alive unit, we know where it is, and we're essentially either drop a grenade on them if there is a grenade on the drone, or we tell our artillery the coordinates to shoot them at, and essentially they shoot at these coordinates, and there you go, we have another 5-10 bodies, like, which we know now there because they just been killed. There is a video of this, I think it's on, let me check. I think there was a video like this on Warthog channel, on these guys, and somebody else as well. There's an Estonian guy, and he was kind of showing similar pictures. So essentially what they're saying is that, like, look, there's a lot of Russian soldiers that are essentially left in the battlefield, and we're saying, like, look, you know, confirmed, and like, you know, that we can assume that there's like at least 100,000 soldiers which have been returned to Russia dead, probably more, but there's no real big confirmation. But there's about 75 to 80 people which have been confirmed by Russian authorities, and then there's unconfirmed ones, but they come back. But at least similar amounts of people were essentially left somewhere in the ditches of Ukraine, and you can't really find them, and you don't know how many of them are left in the fields, like, you know, dug in somewhere in the dug-in trench in Kherson region, or in Kharkiv region, or in the forests of Chernobyl. Right, we all remember those green areas. There was a lot of fighting going on here. So for example, there's a Bucha. This is where people found a lot of civilians killed. But what people obviously forget is that the Russians were parked outside Kiev in those forests. There's like forest areas in there, and they would go in there, and Ukrainians were like, what are they doing? It's like, why are they standing there? Well, if they're standing there, we're just going to shoot a lot of artilleries in there, and they would essentially level those areas, like, you know, to the ground with artillery fire, killing thousands upon thousands of people a day. And, you know, somebody dying in this forest, some of these bodies will not be found probably for another 50-60 years. Like, same thing that happened with the World War II, for example, when the Germans, in some areas where the German and Russian and Soviet fighting was going on, well, the Soviet Union ended up having a huge black market of weapons and weapon stashes, because people were finding like World War II stashes or World War II defense line, which was there, but, like, you know, God knows it was somewhere in that forest, right? You know, it's like, so, and people would find those places, and they would take out weapons from them and sell them on the black market. My grandfather used to tell me that the boys used to run into the forest. He grew up in the no, not Rostov, in the Krasnodar region, I think, and there was some fighting there. And he was saying like, we would go into the forest and we would find like pistols in there and stuff like this. And it took, even like now, people would find sometimes some storage areas or some storage stash from like, or some weapons from World War II, right? So it's like not already that big. For the first 20-30 years, there was a lot of weapons that could be found in those areas where there was a lot of fighting going on. Well, now there's places like lots of areas where the Russians were digging in near the power station in Chernobyl. Like, I still remember them doing this. It's like insane. So many people who have died in those forests because they got under artillery strike, or because their convoy was hit and then they ran off somewhere in the forest and they will probably be never found, right? Same like in around here again, there's a lot of areas where fighting was happening, and somebody was in some little trench. This trench got blown up, leveled to the ground, right? So we're looking at huge losses of the Russians where they don't know what happened to their soldiers. So we could safely say there's about 200,000 Russians just killed. Many Russians have been, there's been reports by Russian soldiers. This is on Michael Naki channel. Turns up sometimes, because this is the guy who keeps track of all the Russian chat channels. Like, sorry, my shorts keep on sliding off my lap. But he keeps some track on all the Russians military channels on internet, and he sometimes shows it on his channel, on his YouTube channel. And he says, look, here's the things of like how many people essentially are not making it. So they come back wounded, and for example then they will die because even though they've been saved at the front line and they got the operation done, but then they come back to the mainland and they already don't die as a soldier because they were decommissioned, but they die from their wounds, literally because there is no proper doctors to continue fixing them, and essentially the wounds kill them when they're not a soldier anymore. There's a lot of soldiers which were, for example, taken out of the front line, and then they would be like left somewhere in the field because they died and they don't have the ability to evacuate them further, so they just left them somewhere in the forest, and then we're gonna pick them up later, and then this never happens. Obviously, let's look at, where's this Bakhmut? We remember the fighting near the city of Bakhmut. These areas have changed hands a couple of times, and again, like many people say, why Ukrainians are fighting for this. Personally, again, I'd probably much rather Ukrainians fought for this area somehow differently, but people remember the meat attacks from Russians to capture Bakhmut. Tens and tens of thousands of people who have died there by, like, many of them we will probably never know, because many of them had no relatives, many of them, or at least living relatives, many of them were ex-prisoners. They were not considered human at all, so just to take this area, like a few square kilometers of this area, Russians have lost tens of thousands of people, right? So when somebody, again, this is to say that when somebody writes, oh, this is such a tragedy, Ukrainians have lost like they lost Bakhmut, this is like the total of, I don't know, 10 square kilometers of land, we have to look at what losses Ukrainians have managed to give to the Russians, and these are tens of thousands of people that have died taking, like leveling this line out. And obviously then they went as far as here, and then counterattack by Ukrainians, probably because Ukrainians had a bit better positions over here, and they managed to fight them back, because the Russians, when they came in, they have lost ability to do the damage, and they rolled back. Unfortunately, like again, hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers have died to take back this territory. Was it worth it? I don't know. If you have a better height on here, and you can reach further and kill more Russian soldiers, maybe taking this territory back is not really such a great idea. I don't know. There's, what is this? Whether, I know somebody was using 3D maps, satellite. So you see this, this is where the Russians, this is topographic maps. So this is where Ukrainians had the heights to start shooting back at Russians, and this is where the Russians fell back. But this is where the Russians have the heights, so Ukrainians tried to fight for this territory. Maybe not the wisest of ideas. You know, maybe it's easier to just take the heights, let the Russians come in, and just continue bombarding them from the heights. But this is only possible if Ukrainians have access to the ammunition for the artillery or for the tanks. Ukrainians do produce some of their own shells, but they don't have, but those are still storages that are running depleted. Obviously nobody producing any more shells for the Soviet era artillery, which is something the Russians are getting from North Korea. But the Western businesses, the Western countries are not capable of providing enough like artillery and obviously enough ammunition. This is actually, I think this is why they don't even have people capable of producing those, because many Western companies have stopped investing into their own workforce. They stopped developing the skills necessary to produce some of those things, because it's like, oh my god, why would we do this unless the government provides us with the perfect worker to do this job? We'd rather not invest into this, we'd rather take the money for ourselves, right? And the price for that is their inability to do stuff like this, right? So, but again, I don't know why it's done, whether it's done, it's also a lot of this is done because, oh my god, if we don't take some land back, we are not gonna be, people gonna get upset with us. Like, there is very, very, very bad level at which Ukrainians work with the public opinion inside Ukraine as well as in the West. There's very few people. There are people who are way better at explaining stuff like this. They're professional YouTubers, but they do not explain things like this, which took me 3 fucking hours to get to. They don't do stuff like this, and you need a professional YouTuber who will take everything I said and then make like a bunch of short, easy to use clips which will show a reasonable picture. We're not talking like, oh my god, Ukraine is winning everyone, and not like another video which was, oh my god, the Russians is gonna kill everyone. Right, this stuff needs to be more balanced. Okay, I'm on the side of Ukraine. I was born there. I was born in Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. This is why I probably have a bit more skewed view of Soviet Union, because I did not live in Soviet Union. I lived in Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, and even out of many places in Soviet Union, it was considered the better place to live. You know, maybe I have another reasons, but obviously, I still have some friends in Ukraine. Well, I don't like many of them very much, but I don't like anybody very much. So, you know, but I'm on their side. Like, we can agree to disagree with many things. But there needs to be that can explain things like this. And unfortunately, many Ukrainian YouTubers, for example, they represent, again, I would say, an old way of thinking about this. A lot of Ukrainian YouTubers will do videos in Russian, just talking shit, look how cool we are, just doing it for clicks, because unless they talk shit and get clicks, they're not interesting to anyone, because they are incapable of doing any serious kind of analytics. They're not incapable of they are incapable of taking serious analytics and making them interesting, and many of them simply don't speak fucking English. Right? Those who do, again, we look at the guy, Warthog is a Ukrainian guy who does the videos, and he makes them interesting. They're short snippets. They're not really big but on analysis, but they show stuff about the war. You have Denis Davidov. If you watch his videos, again, his English is not perfect, but he does a lot of stuff, like, again, short snippets of battles, and again, quite often he's trying to play up a lot of things which are really kind of like, look, they're very small, like, oh my god, they killed 10 tanks. Yeah, great, okay, but what does it do? What does it say in a big scheme of things? Why would an American taxpayer go and see, okay, cool, why should we help Ukraine? And there's nobody who's trying to answer those questions. I did try a couple of videos, but obviously, like I said, I'm a boring guy, and I do these YouTube videos not as a way of making money. This is why it's gonna probably go into 4 fucking hours. Alright, but again, I'm getting bored of me talking to myself. Like, let's be honest about this. So, but what we've seen in the war situation here, again, like, there's this kind of this old style of, we've been told to hold this line and we're gonna do it, and then again many soldiers are fighting. This is why, again, often Ukrainians having issues with joining the army, because you do have some really good units which are run by very smart officers, and then what happens is then these officers do not get promoted. Right, so there's a general sitting between this officer and the high command, and they go like, okay, cool, we cannot move this general because he's a general. No, he's not, because there's, like, next to this cool unit which does the job and people know about this unit, there is another 3 units where the officers don't do their jobs. They don't command respect of their people. There's a lot of bad info coming out of those units. And because it's not officially a war in Ukraine, the high command cannot really do much with those commanders. Right? They cannot simply say, okay, dude, you have not done your job, you're fired, you're going back to being a normal soldier, and then taking the successful officers from the units which are successful, that are capable to bring in new ways of fighting the war, or at least who had the experience in that type of command which makes those units successful. They cannot bring those and say, look, okay, cool, I know you have not been a colonel, you have been just this guy, like, one I know, but here's this big unit, right? You have the experience with this commander who's very progressive. Now take what you learned from him and bring it to this unit. You have the command. That is not happening. This is, like I said, more of a Stalin type of control, and people are like, oh, but this is a peaceful time, you know, this guy can sue us or whatever else. This needs to change in Ukrainian military, right? The people who learn in the good units, they must be brought into other units, and they should be raised in command line. So if there's a general who's not coping with his things, but there's these 5 units which are doing great, people are interested in working for them, the commanders of those units need to be brought up. Their other commanders need to be brought up, so there needs to be a very fast progression of people who are capable of commanding to be progressed. The problem is, like I say, the people in the middle who are not interested in that. They are not interested in that because they are sitting on the cushy places, and if they are removed from these places and they demoted or moved to other places, they will not be getting some extra promotion, or they will not be getting extra wages, or they will not be getting extra cool pension when they retire. All those things, because of that internal politicking, the Ukrainian military has been slowed down, it has been bogged down. The problem was that, like I said, when the Russians were attacking, right, they had to allow those, like, okay, like if I'm a big military unit commander but I have the guys who do the job, right, I say, okay, cool, you know what, you do it, right? But now that I'm sitting there and like, oh, I can't do the job, these guys can, you know, I'm trying to stop them from being promoted. Like, obviously it's not on the low level of the army, it's more of like mid-level, and then you have high command, which quite often is getting very skewed figures. Some of the things they probably say and do does not get translated as well. So like, for example, if they say, hey, we have to hold like the line between Grigorivka here and Azaryanka here, right? And they say to the local, look, you know, we have to kind of keep control of around this line, you know, or whatever this village is here. Azaryanka is actually under Russian control. But for example, Shumy, this is Opivdene. So we have to keep control of this particular line here, right? So there's a lot of bad decisions that are taken on that level, or they would say, hey, we have to keep Bakhmut under certain pressure so that Russians, because Russians have made Bakhmut one of the focal points of the last like nearly 12 months, right? So keeping Bakhmut under pressure makes actual strategic sense because of what Russians have done with it, right? So making it so that the Russians, they cannot lose that city, right? So, and then you go to the local offices and you say, okay, we have to keep Russian Bakhmut under pressure, maybe act as if we're trying to capture it back, to make sure that the Russians keep a very big number of troops there, always defending, and because they made it such a big focal point, right? And there's one way of doing this, and there is another way of doing this. There is a way of doing this where you would lose, I don't know, 1,000 soldiers over a space of months. There is a way where you might lose maybe 100 soldiers over a space of months. And right, maybe but the people who sit in the middle, they say, look, we've been told to do this, and we're gonna do this no matter what. And then they start trying to fight Russians in the Russian way of fighting war, like we have to capture this territory back, or we have to do this. It's like, and then they attacking towards the heights or to Russian controlled territory, trying to catch the territory whether maybe there is another different, again, this is just an example. There is another way of attacking using more newer ways and means, maybe having like drone strikes in here and there, other ways. But because the people in the middle are not doing their job, right? They essentially, the orders going up from like, we have to do this, they turn into something, into a meat grinder where soldiers die for nothing. This information, because this is where Ukraine is such a small place, this information does get passed back down because somebody got wounded, something else happened, and they get sent back home, and this guy goes like, look, I got wounded because our commanding officer was a fucking idiot, and he sent us into the attacks which were not supposed to happen on the highly fortified Russian positions. And yes, we took them back, but we lost, like, our losses were like, in this one attack we lost like 20 people out of 40. We shouldn't have done that, and our lieutenant knew that, our sergeants knew that, our lieutenants knew that, our captain knew this, but the colonel said, well, you're gonna fucking do that, right? That's what's happening all across the line, and this is why Ukrainians are having trouble to recruit more people to fight, because there's very confusing info coming out from the Ukrainian front, and a lot of it, the Ukrainian, like the president and the military headquarters should really be able to do these changes of like, you are incapable of doing this job, right? Here's the guys who are capable of doing this job, here's the guys who are very popular. There's some units which people come to and they go like, look, we're not gonna go to the normal military route through the things. We want to be recruited to your unit because you're the only unit we hear anything good about. So we want to fight, but we do not want to go and serve under the colonel, which is a fucking imbecile. Right? So, and unless Ukraine starts systematically, right, removing those peacetime colonels, the peacetime generals, all of those guys who have got into their position through like, say, non-military means, not through like proper training and things like this, who still go through the like Soviet kind of type of fighting, and even the Soviet type of fighting is very different from what's happening a lot of times in Ukraine now. But they do this, and with the more new commanders, the commanders that have proved themselves, the commanders who have proved that they can raise other commanders, right? So commanders who have proved that, yes, I can raise more people under me who are actually good and capable of doing the job. Unless this happens in 2024, I'm not really gonna say surely how this war is gonna pan out. Most likely, obviously, if with the introduction of F-16s, Ukraine is probably gonna be able to break in through one of the places and create the opening which could break the camel's back. Like I say, Russia is not really in such a good economic state itself, right? It obviously gives it a lot of soldiers, but it means that they cannot produce as many new tanks. The fact that the Russians having to refurbish old T-52s or T-54 tanks, right, to send them to certain areas of the battlefront. The fact that they are incapable of building so many more new jets. The fact that they cannot build or even repair helicopters because they do not have the engines for those. They don't have the capability or the people with the skills to build those helicopter engines, because all of those were actually built in Ukraine. Well, this is over a long time is a problem, right? The Russians can send as many soldiers as they want, but if you do not have those technologies being replaced at certain point of time, there will be a certain equilibrium, and after that the Russia is going to slowly start to fall. But obviously Ukraine will have to change the way they fight. They will have to start thinking about the Western support as, yes, we're getting some, but we have to use it more wisely. We see that the advice that comes from NATO generals is kind of stupid. And again, these are the people who have no experience, and we're not talking just about generals. We're talking even lower level soldiers, like I was describing earlier, where the Ukrainian soldiers were getting trained by NATO forces. I don't remember which ones it was, probably British, I think. And they were saying just walk around, just go around the minefield, and the Ukrainians were like, yep, okay, this is 50-mile wide minefield, start fucking walking, right? But we see that there's a lot of misunderstanding, but Ukrainians will need to change the way they use Western weapons. They need to stop dropping to the level of the Russian fighting, right? And this can only be done by promoting new type of military, well, leaders really, because the main military command is actually people, from what I hear from Ukrainian commentaries. I'm not talking just about somebody like Arestovich. I've watched a few of them. Is doing a pretty good job. There's also, because I can see how the people who represent the old system are trying to fight because they want to get back into power. They're trying to undermine both the command and the current president. I'm not saying I like or dislike the guy. He's just a new face. But the way they try to undermine them, they go like, hey, it's like you can see that they're doing a pretty good job. But unless they start promoting people from the bottom levels that can be successful, and unless they start changing the military from bottom up, removing all the old people there who are not succeeding or doing something wrong, they will not be able to use the military support that comes from the West to gain the highest possible results. Like I say, they have to change things on that level, because the Western support at the moment, I think there was this kind of, I don't know, imaginary thing that the West is gonna help Ukraine, and the West can actually help Ukraine. The West is showing that most of the West is incapable of doing it. I think if the Russians decided to attack the actual West instead of Ukraine, they might have had better results. Right? They might have actually achieved more now than they did in Ukraine, and have had much smaller losses. Right? But because obviously the West is not prepared for the war on their land, and this type of war, the stuff they say and do is kind of ridiculous and stupid. But obviously there's still technologies that the West has. They are beating the Russian technologies, and if used with imagination, right, used by people who understand the for example, there's like, the booklet, which, for example, Soviet ways of stuff. I don't remember how it's called, but essentially this is the rules how this you should run the war. Like, if you have a military operation, you do it like this, right? Will know those and they can use those, but they can also adjust for new technologies, adjust for the drones, adjust for other things. That's then they can obviously say, hey, there is this big Russian unit coming here. Okay, we can do this. We can draw them out a bit more, or there is a big Russian defense. We can use the tactics which have been used by I think it was Greeks when they fought the Romans, and then they had these big troops, and then they made the center of the troops fall back, and then when the Romans came in, the Greeks used the sides, and they had cavalry at the time, or something like this, and they basically managed to surround the Romans and kill them off. Maybe use this kind of tactics which have been used, like to kill a lot, they have not been used intentionally, but they have unintentionally became available when the Russians simply came into northern Ukraine and then extended their supply lines and done things like this. If Ukrainians can obviously gain certain type of air superiority so that they can see further inside and have more aggressive ways of taking out Russian supplies, that would be a much better way of fighting this war, because that's what they've been doing to retake a lot of land over here, kick Russians out from all this area, kick Russians out from Kherson region as well, from the right bank, Dnieper bank, because they were able to take out Russian supplies. And at the moment this is not happening as much. Obviously part of it is because Russians have started to divide their supplies a bit more, but it's also coming to the part where, because of the FPV drones and because of this kind of level playing field in the air defense, why the Russians found the ways to maybe fight the Bayraktar drones. Like these areas are taken care of. Like I said, it doesn't have to be some super great plane, like F-35s. Or like, it would be nice if Ukraine got some F-35s, but they are not really something that gonna break the war in its own right. But like we discussed a bit earlier today, even some like more normal planes, but capable of carrying the type of weapons that can take out the Russian air defenses from long distance or can do other things, right? If they can do that, right, and take this out and be able to control more in depth of the territory and be able to strike more of the supply depots, right, this would be much more influential than killing thousands upon thousands of Russian soldiers who will be getting recruited. They don't even probably not even gonna need a mobilization, such a great mobilization in Russia, because as the economy falters, like we already talked about earlier on, where the eggs became very expensive or they stopped producing them. The places, the people who used to run egg farms, they actually closed down their businesses right now, many of them. This is according to Russian sources. This is not me coming with shit up. This is according to Russian people who live in Russia. And if there's going to be more and more people, as their economy falters in many areas, willing to be hired for the kind of money that the Russian government is paying. And yes, the sanctions are working, right? They're saying, oh, the Russian government is not getting as much money. Yes, that's true, but remember, Putin, in his own right, is, I think, third richest person in the world. Right? Remember, this is the guy who has stole billions upon billions, and it's not like, for example, I don't know, the guy who owns Amazon or the guy who owns Tesla, right? Because those guys, they're considered rich because they have shares of some companies. Putin is considered rich because he's got billions upon billions upon billions of dollars sitting in some bank accounts which he can use, he has access to, and he can afford to spend that money if he wants to stay in power. He can pay people for another 2-3 years of this war. So fresh meat is not really a problem for the Russian military. It's the equipment, it's the ammunition. If you take that out, you take out their ability to conduct the war. So they took out three Su-34s. Well, if they take out 10, let's look how many Su-34s they have. Okay. Number of Su-34. Okay, Su-30, they say it's 110, 149. Okay, active Russian military. 155. So they've been building them for the last nearly 20 years, I think, for a while, but it's like 10, 15, of which at least 20 have been already reported as shot down. So essentially they cut this force by nearly a fifth already, right? They have not been producing them in such a great numbers, and now the numbers are even smaller, and if you continue making the numbers smaller and smaller and smaller, then it makes more of an effect on Russian military than simply killing a lot of soldiers that have never had proper training and were sent there to die, to just continue attacking Ukrainian forces just so that Ukrainian forces have to fight back. Essentially one makes them, paralyzing them in the way of being able to attack or create new ways of attacking. But if you take out Su-34s, Su-30s, right, Su-27s, this is Soviet era, like that's like 1980s aircrafts, but so many of them have been already lost. I thought they have less actually, but many of them probably don't fly. But what we've seen is the more of those get knocked down, right? So if you took out a fifth of their air force, like it also means that they're losing each airplane taken out. That's pretty much minus a pilot, or at least a pilot that will not be as aggressive later. What does this give to Ukraine? It means less airstrikes. Less airstrikes means that Ukraine controls the skies more. They can catch out other things. Right, once this is done, Ukraine can do more damage to, like I say, taking out the equipment. You take out 2,000 soldiers, Russians don't really care. You take out 20 tanks, now they do care, because they cannot rebuild the tanks as fast. You take out, I don't know, 20 tanks a week, it matters, right? if you tank out like 80, say it works out about 80 tanks a month, and they can only bring back online from their old storage units, as well as some building some new tanks, about 50 to 70 a month. So now they have an actual losses of 10 tanks, right? So obviously, like, so the force has depleted. 10 tanks is like, it's a force to be reckoned with. Yes, it needs soldiers around them, but this means they can produce less attacking operations, and this also means they run out of equipment, and this means that they have to send in more soldiers, and some point of time there will be a final straw that breaks the camel's back. But if it's simply killing as many people as you can, yes, the Russians probably don't care, but each tank that is killed, it's also a tank crew. A tank crew by its own right that is had the proper training is, well, quite valuable. It takes time to train them, and they can do a lot more damage than 200 soldiers that have never been properly trained, like they send them in Ukraine. So Ukraine will need to change the way they fight this war. Okay, where's the map? Right, they will probably need to start trying to fight Russians in a line, maybe start making, so like I say, where's the Avdiivka? So for example in here, right, the way I would personally do it, like I would create an opportunity that, although yeah, there are lots of Russians killed, but I would create an impression that I'm running my troops out of Avdiivka, but I would mind the living fucking shit out of this town. You know, I would put in tons and tons of hidden mines in there. Right? Get out, let the Russian troops come in, and once there's a lot of Russian troops there with their like whatever, I'll just blow the fucking place up. And then come back and retake it, but obviously with tons and tons of Russian soldiers dying there. And yes, technically, I feel bad about doing this. I would feel quite bad about doing this, not because a lot of Russian soldiers died there, but because a lot of people who fight in this area come from Donetsk and Lugansk. Many of them didn't, like, you know, many of the people who fight there now, they don't get a choice in doing that, but also the people who did not have a choice about getting out of these places when the whole Russian takeover happened, because they were kids. Right? Maybe they would say, fuck that Russian shit, we're gonna get out, but their parents did not want to do this. And again, there was a couple of cases that on Ukrainian, like, you know, news channels as well, where people were like, we got out, but we could not persuade our parents to get out because they believed the Russian TV, they only watch Russian TV. So now a lot of young guys that are dying over that area, but on the side of Russian troops, are actually people who were kids at the time and could not get out of those areas even if they wanted to. Right? Same thing happens about Crimea. A lot of people who who were conscripted into Russian military from Crimea, like, you know, they're 18, 19 now. In 24 they were like 10, 11, 8. You know, it's like they've been conscripted to fight against Ukraine, even though in 2014 they were probably, fuck that, I don't really want to be under Russians. But they don't get a choice, and they end up having to go and fight. We're also talking about the fact that Russians have been investing heavily into their propaganda machine. I think their propaganda machine was getting more money than many other machines they have, literally to work with public opinions inside Russia as well as in the West. If you talk about this, it reminds more about, there's a book by Soviet authors where they were talking that brothers something, Strugatsky, Strugatsky brothers, and there's like about this place of happiness, and what was that is like, it was a shitty place to live, but they had this things that were like emitting their waves of happiness, so to say, that people would not notice the bad things, and the way they would expand themselves, they just kind of go a little bit further, and then people would be unhappy, but they would build some more emitters, and then people would kind of go a bit more docile and a bit happier, and that's how they kind of managed to capture the huge area. So the Russian government was essentially investing into the propaganda machine, but even now the propaganda machine is starting to say, hey guys, shit has gone sideways, we need to start maybe changing some things. They already themselves starting to sleep, because they are the ones, because despite all the money they have got, now they started to feel, after the 2 years of war, the Russian propaganda machine has started to feel the losses they have. Obviously they're starting to feel their level of life sleep, they start to feel their abilities to do certain things slip. Is there like, a perfect way of doing things one way or the other? Not really, right? But you have to get them done, and at the moment, for the next year, we will see who changes first and who changes more. I don't think that Russia will change more, but obviously, depending on how Ukraine changes and what they will do and how they will react to things, this will depend on how long this war lasts. Obviously, we can see that the help from the West is going to dwindle. So Ukrainians will gonna have to get a bit more inventive with the way they use the equipment they do get from the West, to show that this is a good investment. But it's also like we started from, is depending on how Ukraine is gonna use those ability to get the natural resources that Ukraine has. So the shale gas, this is what we talk about, like maybe, I don't know whether they will get it from here, but there is big areas to get shale gas from, and whether they will be able to use these opportunities. Like it says on here, 127.9 trillion cubic feet. Some people said that all things put together was, in some articles I've seen much bigger numbers, and it was in cubic meters as well. But they were saying, look, there is some which are proven, more or less proven, and some which are like still need to be researched properly, because we can just assume that there is these numbers there. But unless Ukraine starts changing in that side, being a bit more proactive, and obviously making those deals with Western companies to start extracting this gas and providing it to not just to inside Ukraine, but also sending some of it to the outside of Ukraine. Again, this would lighten the load on European consumers, and it will provide Ukraine with the finances it so desperately needs to be a bit more proactive in getting other things that they require for the war. And also there's talk of, again, depends how much they change the machine to allow the big companies to come in, because we did hear the talk of many big Western companies saying that they would be happy to organize some sort of manufacturing inside Ukraine, because it will cost them cheaper. Ukraine has the workforce, and there are a lot of guys in Ukraine who still do have the skills, because they've been, again, they're part of the Soviet school. Maybe those are not brilliant skills to work with the latest equipment, but they're good skills to work with an older equipment and still provide results which would be good for Ukraine. But this depends on how Ukrainian government, especially the local government, especially which changes to the local government Ukrainians gonna do to make the whole economy more agile, and what changes they're gonna do in the military to make the military as well more agile and more able to change on to turn on a spot, so to say, and change different tactics, and maybe even introduce more new weapons that can change the way the war goes. So anyway, guys, I've been talking for 4 hours. Right? It's Christmas today, so I wish you all Merry Christmas. I'm hoping that the Christmas spirit, or whatever exists in there, is gonna adhere to what I say here. Right? I'm hoping these things are gonna change the same way as when I've released the video that the West needs to grow more balls to enforce their rules. And then, like I say, in the next few days, the Western politicians started taking laws and started fighting the companies that help the Russians to avoid the sanctions. So now we're like hoping that now this is gonna reach the ether of our planet, and things are gonna start happening, or not just in the Western governments. So like we're gonna see more young politicians coming into play, more businessmen saying, hey, you know what, I'm gonna go to the politics to make my country better. Whether I agree with things they do or not, I hope they do. Right? And also we'll see that the things are gonna start happening in Ukraine's own government to bring more young people into running of the country, to change the military, to remove the old Soviet era like command lines and systems, which are essentially like were built through the Soviet era and then obviously often reinforced during 1990s. So hope that happens. Right? If you manage to last for 4 hours, you're a very brave person. I know I'm not making chapters. I'm not yet on that level of making YouTube videos. But I'm hoping for the actual analytics. I brought in some interesting info for you, which is something not people are not looking at. But other than that, if you lasted for 4 hours, I'm pretty sure you're a better person than I am. Thank you very much. Do press like if you liked the video, if you lasted. Do press share if you do take some ideas from this video and just convert them to your own ways of saying and doing things. And then also great, if you put a link to this video, thanks a lot as well. So, but like I said, I'm not a professional YouTuber, so I'm hoping that things are going to change for the better, and I wish us all a very good new year, and I'm just hoping that the Putin dies by New Year and the Russians have more trouble at home, they pick their troops and get the fuck back out of Ukraine, so that nobody else has to die. Thank you very much. Bye.